Sorry about that, guys. Hello, welcome in, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome, JC. Everybody, JC is going to be joining me. Kimber was supposed to join, but she is not feeling well, so she's going to take a nap.
Can
So
you still hear me okay?
I certainly can. Am
Okay,
I
good.
okay?
Yep.
Okay, good,
Yep.
good deal. Um, hey, Doodle, thanks for coming in. Yes, ma'am. Justice for Libby and Abby. We're going to try to see if we can help it get there. Good Lord. Yeah, we're going to be discussing the Delphi case today. I'm going to kind of, I've got some things lined up for us to watch and go through, and it'll kind of give us an introduction into the story. And then I have found a really good channel that I've been watching doing recaps on the 3 days of the hearings. So we're going to be reviewing some of that, and Doodle will drop the link for her channel when we get going. Um, we'll give it a few minutes for everybody to come trickling in. So, how, JC, you got the car situation straight, girl?
I got the car situation straight.
Good for you.
I have to tie up some odds and ends tomorrow, but it's I'm in a vehicle, so
Right? It sucks not to have one when you need one.
yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm glad it worked out. Hopefully, this time you can hang on to this one. How long in between the other two thefts was it?
It was from what do I want to say, like 8.5 months?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Because
Mm,
the first one happened on December 8th, and the last one happened July 24th. So yeah, it was about, is that 8.5 months?
goodness, girl, you hopefully you won't have any
Seven and
issues.
a half months.
7.5 months. Hopefully, you won't have any. I never had one stolen, but it sucks to. When I had mine wrecked, I had to go without a car for a minute. But it's
Yeah.
Lord.
Well, this one is not stealable. So
There you go.
because
Is you
they have the app where you can um track your car,
there you go.
and you have the theft mode where you can disable it.
Sounds like that's exactly what you needed with your
Yes.
history there. I don't blame you. I'd have done all that as well.
And it's not even like the worst part of the whole thing is it's not even like in a bad part of town.
Yeah, you were telling because I didn't know if you worked in an area, where it's kind of sketch, and you were telling me no, it wasn't like that.
Well, the place where I lived at my apartment, I have since moved. So I used to live right across from work. Um, but and there's like six apartment complexes within, you know, a, a short area.
Yeah,
So there it's not a bad part of town, but it is a busy part of town. And my specific apartment complex was kind of sketchy. Um, but like nothing absolutely horrible ever happened except for my car got stolen. Um, there was like not like a lot of, break-ins or, robberies or anything like that. Um, and then at my work, um, my work is right behind a church. So, but it's still a busy part of town. There's a high school, there's a bunch of apartments, there's gas stations, it's on the main street of town. So, but it's just the more west you go in Omaha, like the better it gets, the
hmm,
less people it gets, I guess. But there's, in a place like Omaha, it can be bad anywhere. So,
oh yeah. We have a hospital
there's,
here. There's a it's a big hospital, big campus, big parking lots, and all kinds of
yeah.
stuff with security. But years ago, when my son used to have to go in and out, there was a doctor one time who had his like they went out to his car. Somebody did,
Mm-hmm.
and they jacked the car up and stole every one of the tires and rims off the car.
Oh
Left the
my
car.
God.
Like,
So
how do
they
you?
stripped it.
Yeah, no, how do you not get noticed? And the part I know y'all got security riding around. I mean,
Yeah.
y'all didn't ask questions.
Yeah. And like our security at work isn't the greatest, but um where I was parked was just off the camera. So
Hmm.
we did see them pull up, and we seen the shadow of somebody getting out, and then we seen them leave, but we didn't actually see them.
Yeah. So did they recover your car, or did you
Oh
say they
yeah.
did? They
Yeah,
did?
they found it they found it on Thursday. So that happened Tuesday night. They found it Thursday morning.
Was it just taken for a joyride and ditched?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Doodle. I saw that. I was about to go do that, and I was like, "Look, my girl's already on it. She read my mind." Thank you for that Discord, Doodle. I'm having coffee. I just got
Yes.
through eating dinner. I was telling Doodle earlier, we chatted for a minute. It's like I'm actually having a really relaxed day because I made it known to everyone who knows me, leave me alone.
Yeah.
I need a day. So I'm having that day and it's been good. Um, I test drove the stream this morning, which that was this morning, not this afternoon. So I'm hoping we do not have swamp signal, because if we get swamp signal, this might just be a conversation and we might just have to wing it. But I don't want
Oh,
to do that because we need to look at some of this stuff to, I mean, I can sit here and
yeah.
tell you all about it, but I'm like, I'm visual. I know you guys are, and it's important to be able to see it and then talk about it. So we're going to start
Yeah.
off with the clip I found. It's from 2 years ago, but it brings us where we need to be in a little in this type of show. But it's a News Nation special report that we're going to review first, and then we're going to look at a really quick thing from Barbara McDonald from Court TV, HLN, and another one from Court TV, and then we're going to do the updates from the hearings, and that will end up wrapping the show. But then when we do the next show, we'll start from the beginning still. And lead us into where we are and how we got here. But this today is just going to be a little recap this morning of the overall case, and then we're going to recap what went on in the hearings. Because if we try to cram it all into one show, it's horrible. I had to come out of my Stearns hole for a minute, and then I go deep into Delphi, and I stayed there a little too long, and I had to come out. And yesterday it was like, I can't even do none of this stuff.
Yeah.
You know, um, there was a lot to process with the hearings because we don't have the cameras, we don't have audio, we don't have transcripts yet if we get them. Um, so trying to piece together what was actually said, in the court. I know what hearings they were going to be discussing, of all that, but just finding out what was presented in court.
Yeah.
And, Deb's notebook she had like 3 or 4 people that were in the courtroom, people who have followed this case relentlessly, who do know what they're doing and talking about. So I'm really comfortable with her recaps. I've listened to several to try to make sure they're all the same, what's missing from this and that, but hers are the best I have found. So we're gonna give those a listen here. Hi, Butterfly, how
Yeah.
are you? Hey, Mama Bear.
Mama Bear.
Andy,
Oh,
you're cool,
Andy,
go ahead and eat,
yes.
girl. Yep, I cooked a few minutes ago and got something to eat and got on done with it. My kid was hungry, which he's always hungry, so I was like, do I want to cook for him before or after a stream? You know what? I'm gonna do it all before, so when I'm done, I'm done. It's just do it all I want the rest of the day. But let me get a banner up here. I didn't. There's not really. Well, it is going to get a little bit graphic if you consider the Odinist topic that's going to come up in some of these things. So we'll just put this one up there. I didn't make a special one for this one.
Yeah, and I'm kind of interested to learn more about this too. I don't know a whole lot about this, but I
Hmm.
have kind of dove into it a little bit the last, couple days or so. Um it's very interesting though. It's very do I want to say messy?
Um,
I
you
just think it's wild.
you can because it when I hear the word messy, I think messy investigation.
Mhm.
The actual, because the drama involved with Delphi is not the YouTube drama you see with Sebastian or even Idaho.
Right.
Idaho, we got a lot of alternate scenarios, but none have been brought forward in court by Ann Taylor.
Right.
So I can't take any of those seriously anymore. Um, This one has been brought into court by his defense team. They could have went many different angles, but they based what they brought in on discovery they received from the state when they
Yeah.
finally began to get their discovery. Wait, what are these pictures? What is this report? What is that report? What is it? And what do you mean y'all don't have this and that? Where'd all this go that pertained to this part of the investigation? Why is everything that pertained to the Odinist angle not here?
Right.
And that's a good, like we heard Ann Taylor say in court, I've got 3 unknown male DNAs. We all were like, well, we need to know who those are. Apparently, Ann's satisfied with the answer to that because she hasn't filed anything else about those DNAs, right? That don't
Right.
mean she won't down the road, but if you look at court filings, and I try to really base what I'm hearing or what I do with Delphi out of those court documents. But then, as somebody who's followed the case as long as I have, I know when this first happened, it took about a year for anything to leak out about the case. And when it did start to trickle out, we knew something very different occurred in those woods other than the already obviously bad 2 girls were killed in the woods. You think
And it
random killers
wasn't
kill for all kinds of reasons, right? But what we heard about the scene didn't make sense.
right.
Like something more took place than just unaliving 2 girls in the woods, or for sexual reasons, or you know what I mean. There's
Yeah.
usually a motive or whatever.
Sacrificial.
Yeah, and so we didn't hear details. We just knew that there were little things brought up in interviews that you could tell there was something very different about this crime scene that made it very bizarre. So what
Yeah.
was it? And we didn't find out for years until that Frank's motion came out. Then some of the rumors were confirmed in that Frank's motion.
Now, I have a question.
Go ahead.
As somebody that's not completely familiar, has he always been a person of interest?
No,
I didn't think so. And
not
then
till 5 years
also,
later.
yeah, and then also, um, what was my other question? Did he confess to it?
Okay, so we're going to be talking about that a little. Apparently, he has confessed about 61 times.
That's what I've
I
heard.
and I said in Mr. Steve's chat the other night, I was like, 61's a bit much, and he agreed, but he's it. And then I wondered, okay, if y'all are claiming that you have these in verbal and writing, right? And there is a lady who's going to testify about that, and she is a world-renowned a psychiatrist lady, so she's going
Okay.
to talk about that. So he was under some really strange conditions during that time. But if you got
Mm-hmm.
61 confessions and you have law enforcement are aware you're making all of these confessions, did they ever one time approach the man they claim is sane and say, are you ready to make a formal confession?
Right.
Because you can confess to me a million times, but I'm eventually going to want you to put that in writing.
Right.
So if he was psychotic and making all these random 61 confessions, that would have been the ideal time to get him to go ahead and confess and make it official. So I don't know. So we got
But
apparently
then, but
go ahead.
then you have like Joran Vandersloot who confessed but then retracted his confession. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I don't know if they ever deemed him like what's it called? Not fit for trial. In that
Who
case, Joran.
oh yeah, yeah.
But
I don't know either. I don't remember.
but you know, you have to be um deemed sturdy to stand trial to go to trial. And
Mhm.
if you don't understand why you're going to trial, or what the consequences of trial could be,
Yeah, well,
then you're deemed not.
so I don't think right now Richard Allen appears to be fine. I see Joe, you have a comment there, and yes, you are correct. And the thing about that is even when they made the arrest on Richard Allen, they continued to say it's an ongoing investigation. I'm going to be dropping a video here. I hope to have it finished this week because it's been a couple of months in the making, because I've been very selective and careful about where I'm getting the content for the video.
Okay.
I am convinced. Now, this is in my opinion, and I need to make that incredibly clear because I know
Mm-hmm.
YouTube and I know this case. I'm not so. If they do have DNA in Delphi, it doesn't belong to Richard Allen. And I got some Paul Holes testimony that can also, I think, back that up, that you'll be interested in, JC, but we're not going to do it today. It's going to be coming up in another show.
Yeah.
But allegedly, there's DNA in this case. DNA was not mentioned in the PCA for Richard Allen.
Wow.
There's no match of DNA to Richard Allen. So whose DNA do you have if he's the only person involved?
Right. You better be
And
looking. It's one of those where you should be looking for others.
well, the others they should be looking at, they did and said, okay, you're good. And we're going to review all that as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's
Yeah.
another alternate suspect who allegedly his sisters have sworn statements with the officers. This man told his sister and apparently went back and approached the officer that took him home after questioning. Why were you questioned to start with? But after you were dropped off at home, after being questioned, you walk back to that officer and say, what if they find DNA and I can explain it if I spit on one of those girls? Excuse me, I'm going to need you to get back in my police car right now.
Yeah.
What? And then it's like, okay, so, whose do they have if
I
it's not
always feel
Richard
like they.
Allen's?
I always feel like they want to talk after the fact.
Yeah, a lot of people do. They,
know.
that's like with some other scenarios in another case. I'm like, do you honestly think these people can sit around silent for this long and that one person's going to crack and spill the beans?
Yeah.
This guy has also made statements about, actually, the other person of interest made statements about now being in a brotherhood after a certain event took place in the woods. Prosecution's known about all these things, but they have cleared all these individuals, and they all had direct ties to Odinism. Now, I wouldn't have thought much about that Odinism when it came out in the Franks memorandum if I hadn't already known that the FBI honed in on that very early on and thought that's what it was. Then you move forward to the missing Purdue University professor who said the same thing. Then you move to one of the FBI officers on the task force investigating that angle is killed. That guy's going to court here soon. I'm following that, but there's no ties to this case. The only thing about it is the FBI agent was actively working the case, actively pursued the Odinism. We know that Indiana guards are practicing Odinist, and he was shot and killed by an ex-Indiana guard.
Wow.
So, then there's the leaks that occurred, and someone unalived themselves over those leaks, and it's a whole crazy realm. And then there's something that dropped just an hour ago about a whole side of this case I don't want nothing to do with, and it's about the YouTube experience with Delphi. And that's why I just want to stick to what we know, facts as we know them out of the documents. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if I talk about any particular person, that person's coming straight out of a document. And I've been very careful with what I say about certain people in this case.
Yeah.
Because I'm not here to change anybody's mind. I'm not here to tell you this man is guilty or innocent. That's not my job. I know what I think. I do not know if Richard Allen is innocent or guilty. I'll be honest. Do I think he could have done it and had somebody else there with him? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. It's the treatment you started doing to him immediately in the case, sending him straight to prison.
But it seems to me,
safekeeping order. Judge recuses himself immediately, calling it dangerous, blaming YouTube. The case had just Okay, first of all, yeah, it took 5 years to get an arrest. Then you get the man arrested, and the minute you arrest him, you send him off to prison, and then you recuse yourself, claiming it's dangerous, and YouTube's going to come after you. What? What does that even mean, Judge? Then we get Gull, who refuses
Ugh.
just about anything that comes along that the defense wants. They even don't. Prosecution doesn't want them to walk into court and bring up Odenism, even though it was part of their own investigation.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very strange case.
Is she the one that fired his defense
Yes,
attorneys as well? Okay.
yeah. She doesn't like this angle. She doesn't like them. She doesn't like the way they file things. So she
Right.
decided to put what she wanted in and out of the docket. She got in trouble for that. They took her to the Supreme Court for that and to get her to recuse from the case. The Supreme Court said, "You know what? You're wrong about taking this stuff out of the docket. You better get it back in there." And then they said, "Well, you didn't go about the right steps to recuse her. Start over." Then they went back and tried it again and got told the same thing.
Yeah.
So, she's pretty much been a loose cannon and done what she wanted. But I've heard from many people that these 3 days worth of hearings, she's been doing her job. Because see, when the defense went back before the Supreme Court a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, the filing they did, the pre-essup, or however you pronounce it the correct way, it's basically a lazy judge filing. That my judge isn't doing her job, she's lazy. She even said in court after receiving that Frank's motion, yes, it was a very long Frank's motion, but most of us found time to read most of it. She had a couple weeks, goes to court and says, "Oh, I haven't read it yet." Excuse me, isn't that your job to read the
Oh,
motion?
wow.
You got to rule on that motion. You got to decide if you're going to hold a hearing for said motion.
Right.
When you're going to read it, the day before trial?
Right.
So I've never seen a judge be able to do all that and get away with it.
Yeah.
It was like there was no oversight in Indiana. Do you know what I mean? And so I
Mhm.
had to start looking in. Is this like an Indiana thing? And kind of is. They've got some very strange laws and the way they approach things. You know what I mean? The way the way
Mhm.
Florida's way and Indiana's way are so different. And I'm like, well, thank goodness I live in Florida. Oh,
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. I try. I've listened to a lot of different streams on Delphi. Many, many, many. So I know how I feel and the angle I like to take. So we're going to try to do it as fair as we can. Of course, I won't make my snide comments and cuss. Y'all know me. I can't help it. But I don't like the fact this man got sent to prison straight away and condemned and held in 23 hours solitary confinement. Why was he eating feces and washing his face in the toilet? Why were Odinistic guards guarding him? Why were y'all recording him when he was talking to his attorneys? Why sit him in a cage in a kitchen to talk to the new attorneys? Why did the new attorney come out and say he agrees with the old attorney? What the actual hell's happening? And now we don't get a camera in the courtroom and an audio in the courtroom to see that we're doing this fair, because Libby and Abby deserve justice no matter who did that to them in
True
those movies.
justice.
True justice,
Yeah.
exactly. I
That's
can
my whole thing with any case is like,
exactly. You show me proof that this man did this all by himself, and I'm saying throw him under the prison.
and I've heard, and I don't know if this is true, but I've heard a lot of things about him that he was a really good guy.
You girl, he didn't have a record.
Yeah, like he was
Delphi is a
clean. He
tiny
was,
town. The CVS where he worked was the only one, and it was across from the damn police station. Okay, there were flyers of the bridge guy hung up in the CVS, in the bar
Mhm.
where him and his wife Kathy frequented to go have a few beers and shoot pool.
Yeah,
Everybody, so everybody's seen this guy for 5 straight years.
and nobody said anything.
Nobody came forward with a tip that he could possibly be.
Yeah,
Now, even when they came out with the down the hill, guys down the hill, even after releasing that audio, nobody came forward and said, I hope I'm wrong, but that guy at the CVS may be your guy. He looks, he's short, kind of favors that guy, and his voice, that's all I know. But nothing. People in the community were even talking about it over the 5 year period, and nobody ever suspected this guy. It's weird.
That's what I thought. Like, like I say, I'm not completely familiar, but some things I ain't, some things I have heard.
I got to
Um,
the point where because I dove in years ago.
mhm,
You know, where is this damn bridge? Where is the nearest highway? I got to
mhm.
go find the nearest highway. So, was this guy a drifter? Was he a truck driver? Was
Yeah.
he somebody passing through the region? Is this a high tourist area? You know, I mean, Florida, you're going to run through many cities getting to where you need to go. Um, what
And
do we
was
got going
this, did this happen on a Sunday or what?
No,
Did
it was a Monday.
a
So
Monday?
what it was Valentine's Day. It was the
Okay.
day before Valentine's Day, and the way because it's Indiana, we have hurricane days here for school.
Uh,
Indiana had their snow
they
days, so
okay. They
they
had
didn't keep
unused
them
snow
off. They
days.
had unused snow days, and they were out of school that day, and it was apparently it was cold, but it was a nice day for them, a
Mhm.
warm February day. They're calling it. I
Mhm.
think it was in the high 50s. That's not bad.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
that's good for February.
very, very good for the girls to get out and go for a walk in an area they were familiar with. I'm surrounded by state parks with a lot of different trails to walk on. Okay, so I
Mhm.
don't. Everybody's like, "Oh my God, who dropped those girls off?" Look, if you live where I live, it's not a big deal for these kids to go walk these trails as teenagers,
Right.
right? Safety in
And were
numbers are
they, how old were they? Were they 12?
14.
14. Okay, so they were teenagers. Okay.
Yeah. So they went to the trail that day. They asked the older sister, Libby's older sister, Kelsey,
Kelsey,
to give
yep.
them a ride down to the bridge for a couple hours. And yeah, if dad will pick you up later. So
Mhm.
they arranged for their dad to pick the girls up later that day, a couple hours
Mhm.
later. They go to the bridge. What was it? I don't want to misquote the time, 2:20ish to 12. Libby Snapchats a picture of just the bridge. Seconds later, or a minute later, she Snapchats another picture of Abby on the bridge. And then that's it.
Where did the footage, the picture of the guy walking come from?
43 seconds worth of video taken on Libby's cell phone. Now,
Okay.
I've talked to somebody about this bridge guy
Okay.
video. Um, and so if Richard Allen's not the guy and it's really other people, he said, I was there that day and I was
Yeah.
walking the bridge. I stopped at the
Yep.
platform. I was looking at the stock ticker. I was watching the fish below. I heard somebody the other day run a stream talking about, oh, they looking at damn fish. That water's muddy. No, ma'am, it's not. Go watch more video of the Monon High Bridge. You can clearly see those fish from the top of that bridge. Okay. So I'm sure on some days it might be muddy, but not every day.
Mhm.
So that's what he claimed he was up there doing. What if he was?
That don't mean
Maybe recorded it because strange guy back there walking on the bridge. I'm just going to record this in case. I don't know. Was it because he was a weird guy walking on the bridge and it freaked her out? But that's where the 40, I believe it. Part of me feels strongly Richard Allen's involved, but I don't see any proof yet. And that's hard for me to say. Um,
mhm.
but the 43 seconds in total, it did come from Libby's phone. Apparently, there is also audio. So whoever that was, they could not have been aware that child had that phone videoing.
No.
She had on the kind of hoodie jacket she had was a sweat jacket that zipped, so she got her
Mhm.
hands in her was that phone in her pocket. What I don't know, because authorities have led us to believe that audio and that video are separate, the visual part. So I wonder if she caught him on video. And as he got close enough, she just stuck that phone in that pocket, and then
It,
you hear the
it's the
audio.
audio, yeah.
Right? Because they didn't come out with that audio till later, and you can tell it's spliced in there. Guys, down the hill,
Yeah.
and you can hear the rough, you can hear the sounds. So I feel like, did they not realize she was recording? Did they never? And then that phone was found under her body, so they didn't care about that. Whoever did this either didn't care about that phone or knew what was on it and left it on purpose.
Right.
Because if you're that person, are you going to leave that phone?
Mm-mm.
Maybe Maybe you would if you didn't realize she had been recording you and you had never made contact with her on that phone. That phone really wouldn't mean nothing to you. If you take it, then you got her phone on you and they can ping you at, you know what I mean? I mean,
They could
you
get,
could have turned
yeah.
it off, plugged it in the water, you could have done a million things with that phone, but it
Mm-hmm.
was left there. So I feel like whoever that was on that recording does not know. They were never aware they were being recorded. They wouldn't have left that phone if they knew.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Uh, Butterfly, not directly the girls. He did describe there's 3 girls that did see him, and they just said he just walked past them, and he really just acknowledged there were people out there, but nothing specific about Abby and Libby or anybody else. And
I
he
was gonna
told
say, was there other people on this bridge at this time?
yes, and we're going to get into that as well. There's a witness by the name, well, there's a witness, and her statement early on was platform 1, I believe it was. She is the lady who gave the description of young bridge guy.
Okay.
And years went by, and she was frustrated as to why that sketch was never released to the public. So she goes back to the authorities and she asks them, and they finally released it. And that's where we get young bridge guy from. And that was given 2 days, the day after, or 2 days after the crime occurred. And then I don't recall if Betsy said she saw Rick Allen, but there were other people on the trail who did. And I do have all their statements. We have all the witness statements of who placed who, where, and what. There was witnesses that saw a car similar to his over at the old CPS building, which is just down the street where you would park and walk into the trails. So there's a lot to go over. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if Richard Allen did park at CPS and there's a camera over there and that can see cars passing the damn road, where's the video of Richard Allen at the CPS building?
Yeah.
There's not any. So it's just a lot of questions, lots of questions. Yes, Butterfly. Okay, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started. I hope I don't have swamp signal. Like, I tested it this morning and it seemed to be okay. We're going to start off with a piece from, like I said, this is a News Nation piece. I think it's kind of long, so if we have to stop and fast forward through things, we will. The other things we are going to be reviewing. Wait a minute, where did I write my timestamp at for that? Because I know on the true, yeah. Oh, I got it right there. On the one I'm going to show you with the interview with the lawyers that came in after the old ones were fired. I got a timestamp on that one because we don't need to watch that whole thing. Okay, let me pull this up for you guys. Uh-oh. Hold on. Okay. And like I said, this one is, I think it was 2 years old. Or
Delphi only has 3,000 people.
yes, it's a very small town.
Yeah, it's like my hometown.
Right, and when you consider, right, how small that community really is,
Mm-hmm.
you have to wonder. So that's why I had, after about 2 years into the case, and there was not an arrest yet, I really began to think, was it somebody who just happened along, right? But it's not like you would get off the interstate right there to a rest area. You would have to know that place is there, right?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
wouldn't go off unless you're mapping it out and you're just taking a road trip. I'm going to get off here and visit this trail system and take a break, whatever. I was like, it can't be anybody local because this damn video's been out of this guy, the sketch has been out, the audio's out there, tiny town. Frick, I don't know, man.
Yeah. And then you throw the whole Odinism thing in it, and it's like,
when you begin to deep dive that and you see how prevalent it is
it is, yeah. Yeah.
in the community of Delphi,
Yeah.
in the surrounding communities and in their prison system. You're like,
Yeah.
whoa, wait a minute. Now it really went next level and almost movie shit, right?
Yeah.
So, girl. I'm like, this is better than Idaho ever thought about being. This is real. Okay. Sorry, I don't mean to offend you, anybody with the Idaho stuff. I'm sorry. Okay. I try to be nice. Here we go.
For 5 years.
Now, guys, let me know if you can't hear it or have any issues, okay? Let me know in chat. I'm watching.
It's Everytown, USA. And those things don't happen in Everytown, USA. But it happened in Delphi, Indiana.
A chilling discovery
Why Libby? Why Abby?
that turned a safe haven into a crime scene.
I don't think you have to be embarrassed if you're scared right now. A lot of people in town are scared.
Tonight, a case the world refuses to give up on.
We told each other we loved each other, and that was the last time I saw her.
Following every lead.
I still get probably 25 and 40 direct tips a week right here, literally from around the world.
And every clue.
On the surface, it appears like the police have a lot, right?
Trying to unlock the mystery.
And yet here we are 5 years later.
Fit the pieces together.
We have hope.
Together, we'll get this guy.
Solve the unsolved.
We must keep our resolve for Libby and Abby to ensure that good trumps evil.
And catch a killer.
They're watching. And we'll meet them soon. We'll meet them.
A special edition of News Nation Prime starts right now.
Sorry, guys, I got to say something. That officer you just saw, that is Doug Carter, the superintendent of the Idaho State Police. I'm sorry, Indiana
Something
State
with an
Police. He, Doug's an interesting character. I feel like he really hit hard on his college courses on public speaking and how to control that room. He's the shadiest cop I know. Anyway, I couldn't help my personal commentation. Don't let that sway you. Y'all just take him how y'all want him, but I'm just letting you know up front. Okay, here we go.
Live from News Nation headquarters, this is News Nation Prime with Marnie Hughes.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Marnie Hughes. Tonight, we are bringing you a special hour of News Nation Prime. Over the course of the next hour, we are focusing on this one unsolved case that has gripped the country and the world for 5 years. It centers around the small town of Delphi, Indiana, located a little more than a half an hour north of Indianapolis. Two young girls, best friends, Abby Williams and Libby German, 13 and 14 years old, were out for a walk on a popular hiking trail when they were brutally murdered. Their bodies found 5 years ago today, on Valentine's Day. From the very beginning, authorities have said this case can and will be solved. They have video and audio of the killer, but this person is still out there, living among us. Someone, somewhere, knows something. Tonight, we are taking you back to Delphi, laying out the case, what we have learned over the last 5 years. Investigators say this case is not cold, and they are still getting up to 40 tips a week. One of the people leading the investigation, Doug Carter, the superintendent of Indiana State Police, will be joining us for a live, rare interview. But our coverage begins now with investigative correspondent Rich McHugh.
Delphi, Indiana. Population 3,000, nestled among a network of parks and wilderness trails, is like many Midwestern towns, quiet and peaceful. But 5 years ago, that peace was shattered. 13-year-old Abby Williams
It's a scarf. No. It's just pink.
and 14-year-old Libby German
The turkey gets into the iced coffee, make it Coffee kiss.
Best friends and your typical happy-go-lucky 8th graders. On the afternoon of February 13th, 2017, Libby asked her older sister Kelsey to drive them to the nature trails.
So they just got out of the car and walked down the trail to go to High Bridge. We told each other we loved each other, and that was the last time I saw her.
At approximately 2:05 p.m., Libby posts to Snapchat this picture of the Monon High Bridge. At 2:07, she posts this picture of Abby walking across the bridge. It was the last correspondence from either of them. Hours passed, nearing dark, and nobody could reach the girls.
So we knew something wasn't quite right. So we said, you know what, we're all going to go to the trails and look too.
Searched along, the hillside and in and around the High Bridge area where they'd been dropped off. And that led to the wee early hours. I come home and then grabbed a couple hours. Was back down there at daylight. There was hundreds and hundreds of people that showed up, volunteering to come put them into a search party and let them go.
I looked up and the coroner's van come driving by. And that's when it hit me that they weren't found alive.
Authorities found Abby and Libby in a wooded area a half-mile upstream from the bridge. The girls had been murdered.
What does that do to you as a mother?
There's no words for it.
It affects us hard, as a family. I didn't sleep for a long time.
You worry about them dating and driving and going to college, not going out for a walk on a beautiful February afternoon.
Why Libby? Why Abby? Somebody knows. And if you're watching, we'll find you.
Authorities released this picture taken on Libby's phone and this chilling audio recorded on Libby's phone. Guys, down the hill.
To hear that person's voice, it's creepy.
Kind of puts chills down your spine.
And they released a sketch of the suspect.
It sucks knowing that he's still out there.
A lot of people in town are scared.
The FBI joined the investigation.
Our investment in that investigation has been and continues to be significant.
But after 1 year, no arrests.
Until there's somebody arrested, we're interested in almost everybody.
2 years after the murders, police released this video of the man, taken by Libby, walking toward them on the bridge. And they released a second sketch of a much younger man. State police saying the case had shifted in a new direction and that the suspect is between the ages of 18 and 40.
We believe
That's quite the gap.
Thank you. And shifted in a new direction.
Yeah.
To what, from old guy to young guy, or what was your direction? Isn't that so? Big difference. So I'm going to continue. If you guys have any questions along the way, if you want to throw them in chat, I don't mind stopping to answer anything or whatever, addressing something if y'all want to. All right, here we go.
you are hiding in plain sight. We likely have interviewed you or someone close to you.
But 2 more years passed without an arrest. Then, last month, another twist in the case. Police appealed for tips about a person tied to a social media account with the name Anthony Schatz. They say the man behind the account, Keegan Anthony Klein, was using images of a known male model to catfish young girls into sending nude photos in their home address. Klein was arrested, charged with child solicitation and pornography in unrelated cases. And they asked anyone who ever communicated with the fake online account to come forward.
He may have shared inadvertently or intentionally some personal information that could be valuable.
Police say the fake online accounts were active in 2016 and 2017, around the time when Libby and Abby were murdered. But they will not confirm whether Libby and Abby communicated with this profile.
Do you think it's possible that your sister and Abby were communicating with this account?
I think that the account is definitely important and that we have to keep sharing it and putting it out there because for whatever reason, law enforcement thinks it's important.
Do you think the authorities are close?
I have to hope so.
When
when you see that little snippet of video and you listen to that audio, what do you hear? What do you see?
It's awful. It's awful to think that, that was the last thing our girls heard.
What is the focus of your investigation right now, and what is the evidence telling you?
Well, I'm not going to talk about the evidence,
The likelihood is that it's somebody from around here.
but I'm pretty confident in the place where we are right now.
And that's the scary part, is that it could be anybody that I see every day.
And eventually the world's going to know what we do.
We're probably all in for some sort of surprise or shock when this all plays out.
You say eventually the world is going to know. Does that mean you are close, in your opinion?
I think we're closer every day. We're closer every single day.
I don't know exactly what that means, but I believe them.
They're watching. And we'll meet them soon. We'll meet them.
Investigate.
Guys, to catch you up on here's what they claim that he went to prison for. Normally, we all know you go to court, you're convicted, you go to prison. They sent him to prison because they said it was for his own good, for safekeeping, because Carroll County was not equipped to house him, to keep him safe from what there were other 4 inmates. I'm not sure how many they have. I'm just being a smart ass. But they couldn't protect him in their county jail. So they had to send him over there to that prison where those Odenus guards work to protect him. So Cass County has said, which is in Logansport, about half hour down the road, have said in the past, we can take him. We don't want to, but we will. We can do it. We can keep him safe. The judge denied it. Then over these 3-day hearings, the first day of the 3-day hearings, that was one of the first things addressed. And she almost immediately ruled yes and gave the order to transfer back to Cass County. Well, first she was going to release him back to Carroll County. Carroll County Sheriff says, nope, we can't do it. So Cass County's like, yeah, we're over here. We said we could. So Cass County it is. And why? Because all eyes are on Delphi, as they say, and you got a trial starting in 70 days, and he needs to be within earshot of his attorney, and his attorney literally works across the street from Cass County Jail. Before, when he was housed in the prison, 6-hour round trip just to go visit your client in conditions where you're being possibly recorded, whatever. But yeah, so he did get the safekeeping order vacated, but that's been in place the entire time this man's been in jail. And remember, he was arrested 1 month before Brian Kohberger and has been sitting in prison the entire time in solitary confinement. But all eyes were over there making sure Kohberger was good to go, because we were not going to have it. And I was embarrassed because there was not many creators presenting this case. And it was hard for me to figure out why. I'm just going to be honest. It really bothered me because what I was seeing happening over here, to me, felt like a slap in the face to those little girls on the screen. Because if it was him, fine, do this, do it right, while the secrecy and while this craziness. But if it wasn't him, man, why are y'all so gung-ho that it was? And why all the shade and why all the weirdness, you know what I mean? Yes, in solitaire, there's going to be an expert that's going to talk about that, of what he might have went through. Now, I have learned that apparently Richard Allen had been on some antidepressants, I think, since the age of 25. But so what? Half of America is.
Right.
I've been on them in the past. I'm not going to throw no shade there and say, oh, well, that made him an unaliver in the woods.
Right.
We don't know that. We don't know, anything. But we do know that there were some issues in the prison, and we'll get to that when they start to speak on that. Hey, Leslie, Billy, good to see you guys. We're doing Delphi. We're just starting our first presentation, going over kind of like the history of Delphi here a little bit. So we're going to get back to watching that now.
Correspondent Rich McHugh is standing by with more reporting tonight, still ahead in the next hour. Rich sat down one-on-one with Superintendent Doug Carter with the Indiana State Police to discuss key parts of the investigation, including the decision to release those 2 very different sketches years apart. And then Superintendent Carter will also join me live right here on Prime in a rare live interview 5 years to the day of this horrible crime. And if you have any information that could help in this case, this unsolved murder, there is an anonymous tip line and also an email that has been set up that is on your screen right now. Still ahead, the case attracted interest from people all over the world online. What's helping and what's actually hurting the investigation? Next. Back now with a special edition of News Nation Prime, the Delphi murders 5 years later. As we have mentioned, the biggest evidence in this case comes from Libby German's cell phone. That grainy image of a man on the High Bridge and an audio recording that the 14-year-old had the forethought to take, even in the face of danger. Hundreds, if not thousands of tips have poured in from social media, internet sleuths, even podcasts about the murders of Abby and Libby. Correspondent Marky Martin joining us live now to talk about this piece of the puzzle. And Marky, it's not just this case. We have had several cases this year gain traction online. So how does this impact the investigation, and what does law enforcement think about it?
Hey, good evening, Marnie. It really depends on who you ask. You know, we've had some agencies who say they are completely on board with help from social media. And then you have other agencies who think it actually dilutes the investigative work at hand. But two things are for certain, and that is social sleuthing. It's a double-edged sword. And also, this group of online detectives is a growing group, and they are on the case.
Social media allows law enforcement to be proactive, to get things in front of the masses.
Arlington, Texas is home to one of the most infamous unsolved murder cases in the country, that of 9-year-old Amber Hagerman, whose 1996 abduction and brutal murder eventually inspired the life-saving Amber Alert. Her killer has never been caught. Still, police here continue to work the case and frequently update and monitor social media for new leads. Deputy Chief Christopher Cook tells News Nation, at first, his investigators feared the internet.
I remember when we first adopted social media, trying to get information from detectives was like pulling teeth, because they really didn't know exactly how's this going to work, or is this going to work myself out of a job where I'm no longer needed as a detective, and quite the contrary.
He says there are many cases his department wouldn't have solved without it, but on major cases like the Delphi murders, online tips come in so quickly it can overwhelm investigators, especially in smaller departments.
We have this amazing ability to communicate today, and I don't understand it. I'm not going to pretend to.
Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter says his officers have received information about the Delphi murders from around the globe, but it turns problematic when internet sleuths make accusations and post them publicly. It happened for his teams numerous times after sketches of a potential suspect were released.
I think when people start doing their own investigation and start comparing what they think, that creates problems. We ask them not to do that. There are a lot of people that look like the sketches that we've released. And then when you blow that out there with a picture of somebody that they think next to a sketch, imagine what it does to that person if they're not involved at all.
There's no perfect system, but ultimately, the overall goal for everybody involved.
There ain't but one person other than Rick Allen that comes close to looking like Bridge Guy. And so what? Because he looks just like him, Doug Carter. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna get to there is I'm gonna see if I can grab this photo in a little bit. It's on the video, the intro video. Maybe I'll play that again in a little bit and let you guys. I'll point it out when I play it, but there's another guy, person of interest in this case, that has been interviewed multiple times, all the stuff that looks a lot like Bridge Guy. In fact, he did a video that I also did a video about that I need to grab for us to watch, because he's like saying, so you think I'm the killer? You know, does this hat trigger you? And on social media, it's like, yes, actually, dude, it does, because you look just like him and you have ties to the crime. So yeah, Just saying. Doug, there's only one person I know of. How can you say that when nobody ever came forward to say, I know who this person is in this darn thing? You know what I mean? This video sketch.
Should be to find the killer.
Derek Levasseur hosts a popular podcast called Crime Weekly. He says the Delphi murders is the type of case his fans really get into.
I think the web sleuths out there are baffled by this case because on the surface, it appears like the police have a lot, right? We have the suspect's voice, we have video with the alleged suspect, and yet here we are 5 years later talking on the anniversary, and there's still no one that's been charged with the murder of Libby and Abby.
And the biggest reminder from law enforcement to the true crime community, a laptop isn't a badge.
Certainly we want the tips and we don't want to shy away from people sending us information, but there is sometimes a line that is crossed. Some people are really their own private investigators. They'll take a piece of information that's come out from a law enforcement agency and all of a sudden they're kind of on the trail.
Yeah, so Marnie, unfortunately, this entire social media conversation doesn't really come with a conclusive answer. You get the good with the bad. Of course, the bad is that misinformation can spread like wildfire. Completely innocent people can become suspects overnight in the court of public opinion. But as you mentioned off the top, just in the past year, we've had some really big cases that have been solved largely in part due to social media. Gabby Petito comes to mind first. The two children who were kidnapped, Amber and Noah Claire, they were eventually identified in California because of social media. And then, of course, with these Delphi murders, investigators and the family really have a better sense of the timeline of those girls because of social and what they shared on Snapchat.
Yeah,
Marty.
it could be the critical information they need. Marky, in your talks with law enforcement, did they provide any guidance to the folks who do want to help, albeit from a keyboard?
I asked Chief Cook from Arlington PD that very question. He said the thing that has to stop is people posting what their gut or their hunch is telling them. He says that is not helpful. It also becomes hazardous when online sleuths really think they can solve it. They show up to scenes, they start trespassing on public property. He says that has to stop as well. If you have a lead, take it straight to the police department. And then he says for people who are just kind of consuming posts and information online, don't believe everything that you read, of course, and really be smart about what you decide to share, who you decide to engage with, because on the other side of that screen is a whole law enforcement team that's having to dig through every single thing that is posted online with these cases.
They're talking about us, y'all.
Yeah, I was going to say. That's
Yeah.
us.
It's all us. It's all us. Yeah, it's all our faults. Sometimes it is. But, you know, when they went in hard to use the media and social media early in the case, like they, you know, to get leads and whatnot. But when they released those sketches and then they released the 2 year later young sketch, they didn't like the scrutiny. They didn't like the questions. They didn't like people putting pictures of people up and comparing photos. They didn't like us getting close.
Right.
And there's a whole, like I said, there appears to be a dark side in Delphi, but there's a dark side in Delphi. And it goes prosecution and defense. And that's all I need to say about it. You know, they all play their games. They all use whatever tools are available to get their message out. And that's happened in Delphi, just like it happened in Idaho, and it's happened in Karen Reed. It happens.
Is there, like, I want to say, like, is it like a sense of pride thing?
What do you mean?
Like, for these, like, these small town investigation, like, you know what I mean? Is it like a pride thing that they, like, want to say, like, oh, we got this? Like,
No. Sometimes, maybe. But most of the time, no. A legit police department that gets a case they cannot handle isn't
it's a
going to
lack of
turn down.
resources.
They're not going to turn down the help of the big guns and the big guys
Right.
that have a lot more knowledge than I do about this weird thing that happened in my woods to my girls, right? Sometimes it is a pride thing, but my experiences, if you look into, and I'm in a small town and I don't like just going all hard on small town corruption because it happens in big cities as well.
Yeah.
But the reasons are different. It feels like in the large cities, it's a money thing, right? There's payoffs involved.
Yeah.
In small towns, it's cover-ups involved.
Yeah.
So why a cover-up in Indiana if there is one? Why would you protect if you were legitimately brought concerns by the FBI that this could be tied to this, you need to look into it. And then all of a sudden, lo and behold, in 3-4 days, you got these people in your community tied to that thing the FBI was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're cleared. And then years later, when it comes out that they were actually looked at, now we don't even have their interviews. They were recorded over by accident by the system.
Yeah, that was the other thing. That
Come on.
I was like, what happened with these erased recordings? Or
Yeah, well, we're going to get there throughout the story over the next few days. I'm going to schedule lives this week. Probably in the evenings be my best. Well, yeah, I think so. I'll let you guys know. But we'll continue the video.
Says Marnie.
Marky, thank you. Good advice. Coming up next, one-on-one with Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter. What he is sharing tonight about where the case stands now. Welcome back to a special edition of News Nation Prime, the Delphi murders. This investigation into the deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German has gone unsolved for 5 years now. All this time trying to figure out what exactly happened on the bridge that day in Delphi and why. For the top investigator, Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter, it is the case he thinks about constantly. And in his extensive one-on-one sit-down with investigative correspondent Rich McHugh, it is clear he believes they are closer now than ever.
Superintendent, thank you for doing this. We're on 5 years now. What does this case mean to you?
I think it's the totality of evil in my career. There's not many waking minutes that I'm not thinking about those two little girls.
It was on this trail 5 years ago that Abby and Libby set off on. It connects just up the way to the Monon High Bridge and the area where the next day their bodies were discovered. That was Valentine's Day 2017. It set off a massive police investigation, and it has become one of Indiana's most notorious unsolved murder cases. What is the focus of your investigation right now, and what is the evidence telling you?
Well, I'm not going to talk about the evidence. There's been a tremendous amount of speculation, Rich, about what we know and what we don't know. But I'm pretty confident in the place where we are right now. Eventually, the world's going to know what we do. I still get between probably 25 and 40 direct tips a week right here, literally from around the world.
You say eventually the world is going to know. Does that mean you are close?
I think we're closer every day. We're closer every single day. The tips keep coming. And once that comes in, and once that completes itself, then we're going to have to assign another 60 or 80 detectives to this and go back through every single lead that we've ever gotten. I'm confident that there'll be a successful conclusion for Abby and Libby, for Mike and Becky and Anna, and for that community. I'm confident that there will.
Do you have a person or persons of interest, or do you have a suspect?
I'm confident that this will come to a conclusion eventually. We believe you are hiding in plain sight. We likely have interviewed you or someone close to you.
In the past, you've said we have likely interviewed the killer. Do you still think that?
We're not going to singularly identify anyone right now, at least publicly. The detectives that have been assigned this, task forces have been assigned this, have talked to hundreds, if not thousands of people. And again, one day we'll be able to tell you why we did that.
I'd like to know now.
I know. Like,
did you hear what he just said? Literally? Y'all know? Y'all want to hear it again? Pay attention to what he actually is saying here. Do you think you've already talked to the killer? Okay, remember, now Richard Allen told them twice he was there.
Come to a conclusion eventually. We believe you are hiding yourself Then we're going to have to assign another 60 or 80 detectives to this and go back through every single lead that we've ever gotten. I'm confident that there'll be a successful conclusion for Abby and Libby, for Mike and Becky and Anna, and for that community. I'm confident that there will.
Do you have a person or persons of interest, or do you have a suspect?
I'm confident that this will come to a conclusion eventually. We believe you are hiding in plain sight. We likely have interviewed you or someone close to you.
In the past, you've said we have likely interviewed the killer. Do you still think that?
We're not going to singularly identify anyone right now, at least publicly. The detectives that have been assigned this, task forces have been assigned this, have talked to hundreds, if not thousands of people. And again, one day we'll be able to tell you why we did that and who did it.
Soon after the murders of Abby and Libby, police released audio.
So if they had evidence that led to this guy where they didn't have it during the time of that interview, you see what I'm saying? It's just like, I don't understand what took so long for you to decide that was the guy. Now we know why they say it took that long. They claim that the FBI system didn't file the tip correctly that Dan Doolin wrote down, which is a wildlife officer. FBI says not so fast. That's not how that works. And no, we didn't do that's not on us. So after going back over the case and fresh eyes and all that stuff, they run across this tip, the tip that Richard Allen gave them to Dan Doolin. I was there. Here's what I was doing. Here's what time. Here's where I parked. Here's what I wore. Oh, look, maybe we should look at this guy. Let's see if we can get a search warrant and go in his house and see if he's got a gun that matches this unspent round we found. When did we find it again, guys? Days later, some shit like that. That kind of thing. What, how? We all want to know how we got to Kohberger, and we got pretty close to, we still don't know what came first, the IGG or the damn spotting of the car in the parking lot, It's like they happen at the same time. Okay, whatever. But this is like, I have tried to do the same thing that I did with that case and figure that part out, and I cannot. That's how they said they got it, was going back over and finding the tip that he said he was there. And and then when they went in his house, and he said he was wearing these same clothes that day. So, but they found these kind of.
Do you think that guy looks like Richard Allen?
He favors Richard Allen, but there is another guy that looks more like Bridge Guy than Richard Allen, and he's tied to the case. So is his younger son, old guy, young guy, Bridge Guy. So we'll move on. We'll go ahead. I'm listening.
Just a question.
Uh-huh.
To me, this had to have, because unless you knew that the girls were going to be there, which I don't know if they even knew if they were going to be there until not very long before, because they had to remember how their mom or somebody said they had to get a ride, so they had to ask Kelsey, and Kelsey said no at first, but then she said yes, and then the mom said you have to ask your dad if he'll come, someone to come get you.
Right, they had to arrange it.
Yeah.
So here's the only thing about that. Allegedly, there is, okay, did you see when they brought up the Anthony Schatz case and the Keegan Klein?
Mm-hmm.
He was the first suspect because when they recovered Libby's phone and looked into the phone, there was communication between her and that account. That account allegedly communicated with Libby the night before and the morning of and had planned to meet her.
Okay.
Now,
I just think that this is an absolute crime of opportunity. I mean,
right. It doesn't feel
premeditated.
Well, no, to me, if it is, it was. Okay, well, let me hang on.
I know what you're saying.
I feel like it was because it's hard to say with Delphi because, first of all, if you're going to do a ritual in the woods, are you going to do it in broad daylight in the middle of the day? Chances are no. It's going to be So, but there's a good chance it was. So, which is a whole other damn story. All right. So, if you're going to perform something like that and you have that intention and you're used to doing that in that location, maybe you would, but you need to know they're going to be out there. Unless you're trolling just in case. And don't think that weirdos and bad guys and psychos don't troll just in case, because they do.
Oh yeah.
But that would lead me to believe stranger passing through trolling just in case. And keep moving on undetected for however many years. But
yeah, like Rachel Morton's guy.
Well, I have to wonder if because Anthony Schatz was a pedophile and he's in prison right now for 45 years to life, whatever it was, because of when he got caught and they went to investigate him for Libby and Abby, they discovered he was that guy in the basement, right? Doing all the things online with the young girls that you shouldn't be doing. Of the things. And he was catfishing, was the term in the documents. He was catfishing Libby because he was pretending to be that young hot model.
Okay.
So, right. So she thought she was communicating with that young hot model, but really it was Keegan Kline in the basement, dirty old white guy. Well, young white guy. His daddy was the dirty old guy. So, did Rick Allen have ties to that person and knew they were going to be out there because of that account? Because from what we're hearing, others had access to that account. I don't know for sure. The dad allegedly did of Keegan Kline, Tony Kline, but he's never been charged with anything. Only Keegan. Keegan's never been charged in connection to what happened to Libby and Abby, but he was absolutely charged with the catfishing and all of the other stuff they found, all the CSAM that he was involved with. Got him a lot of time in prison, and he's one weird dude. We're going to, as we move through the case, we're going to go into him soon because he was the first suspect, and it's important to look at that aspect because of the fact that it communicated with Libby, right? So you have to question it and see what happened there. And he even said, Murder Sheet did some interviews with him, and he's like, once I get to prison, I'll be talking more about Delphi and blah, 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 blah. And he's done so much with the Delphi case, running that mouth. But there's nothing that's ever tied him to these murders. So, just like Ron Logan, he is deceased and he was, a suspect and he's no longer with us. But yeah.
I was going to say, isn't he, what was the situation with him? Like, he was also talked about, I know.
Well, they were found on his property.
Okay.
So where the Monon High Bridge was and the Mary Gerard Reserve and all this is located if I'm on the bridge facing toward the end, right hand side's that property, the left hand side, the end of the bridge. The end of the bridge is private property. There's a property down there we will end up talking about because there were some search warrants, but also across the creek where they were found is technically Ron Logan's property. And Ron Logan did lie about his alibi because he wasn't supposed to drive. He had DUIs, license revoked. So when they asked him where you were, he literally was in Logansport at the damn fish store, but he drove himself, but didn't want to tell them he drove himself because he didn't want to get in trouble. So he called his cousin or whoever it was, asked them to lie for him and say, you drove me. But they figured all that out, but they could never tie Logan there except for similarities to Bridge Guy and phone pinging near the area. But you lived on the property, so it's going to ping there, right?
Yeah.
So, and there were a couple others they looked at. There was I think 5 individuals looked at before Richard Allen. And there was another case in Kentucky we'll review later. The investigators in that case sent things over to Delphi at one point saying, we're very interested in a particular item used in our crime that we think was used in your crime. Their crime was ritual. Delphi didn't bite and didn't. It's like, no, you're wrong. They're like, oh, okay. So we'll investigate, y'all. Here we go.
And a short video taken by Libby on the bridge asking for the public's help in identifying this man.
How important a piece of this puzzle is that video that Libby pulled out her phone and started recording? I mean, the wherewithal she must have had in that moment to do that.
Yeah,
is
I'm not
remarkable.
going to talk about that specifically, but what I will say about it is it adds, again, a little bit of weight to a very complicated murder investigation. So I'd much rather have it than not, I think, is how I'd respond to that.
The audio that you released says guys down the hill. Does guys and down the hill come right next to each other in the original recording?
Again, there's speculation about what that means, what was actually said, who said it, was it connected, was it the same voice? And again, that's an investigative component of this, and I'm not worthy to discuss it.
I've spoken to some people who were involved in the investigation early on, and they say that there's more. There's more video, there's more sound. Why not release more of that?
It's important that we don't show our hand, quite frankly. We're not going to explain what we know about the killer. We're not going to explain some of the intricate details of the death of Abby and Libby. Unfortunately, one day we're going to have to. And that's going to create a whole nother issue with family and friends and the community and the like. So from an investigative standpoint, I'm not going to talk any more about it.
The crime scene, the area where their bodies were found, is very hard to reach. And the speculation is that this is a person that was very familiar with the terrain. Can you speak to that at all?
One thing I'd say is any place in the country that's rural, there's multiple points of access, generally speaking. So again, there's a lot of speculation as to why they might have been there, but I'm not going to talk about it right now.
Early on, you released a sketch, and later you released a different sketch. Why have the sketches changed so dramatically?
Unfortunately, we're not in a position where we can tell everybody why we switch gears. And that's where the speculation begins, and that's where the animosity comes and the frustration. And I understand it. I do understand it.
In December, police appealed for tips about a person tied to a social media account with the name Anthony Schatz. They say the man behind the account, Keegan Anthony Klein, was using images of a known male model to catfish young girls into sending nude photos and their home address. He was arrested and charged with child solicitation and pornography in an unrelated case.
Did Abby and Libby communicate with this profile?
I'm not going to talk about that, but I am going to say that we learned a tremendous amount through that particular investigative course.
What can you tell me about this man who has been arrested, the creator of this profile, Keegan Klein?
All I can say about Keegan is that entire issue and the entire release has allowed us to glean significant investigative leads.
I've seen in press briefings in the past where you've addressed this person or persons directly. Is there anything that you'd like to say to them?
They're watching. They're watching. And we'll meet them soon. We'll meet them.
And investigative correspondent Rich McHugh joining us live. Rich, you spoke with both Libby and Abby's families. Did they say if they're afraid? Are they fearful with this killer still out there?
For their safety, but they definitely said they are afraid, and there's fear that when this is ultimately solved, they are going to know who this person is. And because it's such a small community, you know, it's just a couple, 3,000 people. There's this fear that they're walking around every day and they're seeing this person, and so that's what's troubling to them.
So hard for that family and anyone who lives in Delphi. After interviewing the superintendent extensively, did you get this sense that they have zeroed in on someone specific?
You know, I've interviewed a lot of law enforcement in my life, and rarely are they this confident. So I did get the sense that he was wanting to almost just say, you know, here's what we know, which tells me, yes, they've either zeroed in on somebody or zeroed in on several people. But I get the sense that they are closing in on this thing.
What about the FBI? Are they still involved?
The sense I get is that they are. They were involved right from the beginning. A detective that was involved at the start tells me that the FBI presence was overwhelming. He's never seen anything like it. And just this week, actually, the FBI put out on their, person of the week on their most wanted list, this suspect. And so they're making a public appeal. So yes, they are still involved.
It is a puzzling case, Rich. You spent a lot of time in Delphi talking to all of those involved. And the more we learn about the case and think about it, I think that it's natural, human nature, to have a lot of theories. But right now, investigators seem to be remaining pretty tight-lipped on the evidence and what they know. Let's hope that means they're close. Rich McHugh, thank you. And if you would like to watch Rich's full interview with Superintendent Doug Carter, you can go to our website, newsnationnow.com. And still ahead, keeping Abby and Libby's memories alive in a town trying to shake the fear 5 years later. Plus, that top investigator in the case will be joining me live with more on what they have found in the years following the death of these two young girls. Next here on.
Now remember, this is airing 5 years. Oops, did I mess up the thing? This is airing 5 years after, right? I think I had what did I say? June, July? I thought I wrote it down. Because I looked, because I wanted to check. So this, I think it was like July, if I'm not mistaken, June or July. They arrested Rick Allen in October, same year, 5 years later. So here they are 5-6 months prior to that arrest, not really telling me they're really that close. You know what I mean? That close. But why would you be that close if what took so long?
Right.
If you have direct evidence, or were you still hoping he might have some left in that house after 5 years? I could see the weapon possibly, if there were, the same clothing and boots, maybe not. Who knows? I don't know. So we'll finish this out. Let's go.
On News Nation Prime. Welcome back to our special report tonight, the Delphi murders 5 years later. The deaths of Libby German and Abby Williams shocked the Midwest and changed both of these girls' families forever. News Nation's Kelly Beeson joining us now. Kelly, these girls were best friends. They wanted to spend some time together that day. They walked off onto this trail. We wanted to take some time tonight to focus on them, who they were, and what they meant to this community.
Well, from all accounts, Marnie, both girls were full of energy and positivity with their entire lives ahead of them. Their families say it makes it difficult to grieve knowing their killer is still out there. They say they're doing what they can to help law enforcement while they await answers.
A tight-knit, quiet community.
The people in this town are wonderful.
The city of Delphi, Indiana, sits within a 3-mile radius, home to an extensive network of outdoor pathways.
It's more trails per capita than any other community in the state of Indiana.
And one of the most baffling crimes in the nation.
If you think about it too much, you'll go crazy.
Police believe a killer is likely hiding in plain sight, with an ego only growing as the murder of 2 young girls continues to go unsolved.
I think we're closer every day. We're closer every single day.
Since the deaths of 13-year-old Abby Williams and 14-year-old Libby German 5 years ago, the families are still coping with the loss.
It's changed my entire life.
It sits there. Birthdays, graduations, all of that.
Libby was the brightest person. She always wanted to make you smile, make you laugh, and make sure you're having a great day.
Abby was a bright, shining star with a very wonderful heart. Always dancing around the house and singing. She was a good kid.
Neighbors and loved ones have also been busy raising funds.
Hey, choose McDonald's. What can we make for you?
Through sales of burgers, T-shirts, and cookies, while also raising awareness and embracing new ways to make their community safer, starting with where Abby and Libby were first reported missing.
You're outside. You do stuff outside. That's what we have. So the trails is kind of what Delphi has.
Those areas now more secure after $100,000 was dedicated to cameras, signage, and lighting. All efforts made while law enforcement continues their tireless work to catch a killer on the loose.
But when we figure it all out and the last piece of the puzzle comes together, I think that'll be another hard day for this community.
And as was mentioned earlier, police not sharing details about the investigation. However, telling our crews they are confident they'll catch this killer and bring them to justice. Marnie.
Kelly, thank you. Next on Prime, a pastor from Delphi who has felt the weight of this crime on his community steps in to help heal. He'll be joining us live. And the top cop on the case is here as well to talk about the investigation, the questions, and the killer tonight. Life in Delphi, Indiana will never be the same after Abby Williams and Libby German were murdered. But the tragedy brought this small town together like never before. Memorials honor those two young girls today. A foundation was also created in their names to build a $1 million park that includes 3 ball fields, an amphitheater, and playgrounds. Todd Ladd is a pastor at Delphi United Methodist Church and has been part of this grieving and also healing process since the very beginning. And we are thankful he is joining us live tonight. Pastor, we appreciate your time. I'd like to begin with how you processed all of this. You have played a major role in helping Delphi heal and move forward. I'm sure you have had to answer a lot of difficult and almost impossible questions over the years. How do you reconcile this evil act?
You know, together as a community, we reconcile this, and really we come at it with faith. As I've talked a lot about recently, we hold these two things together, this deep sadness and also a deep hope at the same time. You know, the hope is something that this will be solved. The hope is found in the resilience in the park and finding new life there. They've always had celebration of lives. So that helps us to see the hope there. And to be honest, though, we have a deep sadness too, and that's real.
Pastor, many people did not feel safe walking that trail after these murders were committed. Is there still that fear in Delphi?
You know, I think a lot of people will still ask questions of what's going to happen. You know, one of the things we did early on, probably within the first, I would say, 12 months or earlier, was we had a time in which we reclaimed the trails. We walked over them, we prayed over them. And we said, this is going to be something that won't define our community, but it'll help us to say, how do we move forward together?
5 years later, hard to believe Abby and Libby's killer is still out there. The case is unsolved. This person hasn't been caught. What's on your mind tonight?
You know, it's just continued confidence in the investigators. I know them personally. I worship with them. I pray with them. I encourage them all on the path. And I know with a complete confidence that justice will come. And that justice might be here on this side of eternity, or it might be on the other side of eternity. Either way, I believe fully that justice will come.
You know, I often wonder when police released that video of the man on the bridge, the audio of his voice was so chilling. People everywhere started to look around, started to listen. Did you?
Absolutely. Frankly, the press conference in which we shared the audio and the video was held in our church. And that was a place which I was uncertain if we would ever have a press conference in a church. But when the community asked, we said, yeah, we have to have it there. And when I heard it there, I thought, this is going to help them find out who did this. And it'll help solve a lot of fears for our community.
Police say they're close. What will it mean to you and others to catch this killer?
For me, it's going to be a sense of conclusion, but it's also going to be opening another door. And that door to the trial, that door to what comes next, is one that also holds a bit of concern. What will that be like? It's going to be very hard. So it'll be only one step towards the next piece of closure.
A difficult one with details no one wants to hear. Pastor Todd Ladd, I appreciate you taking some time to be with us tonight, and thank you for what you're doing for that community then and now and in the days, weeks, and years to come.
Thank you for telling the story and keeping it out there.
You got it. Coming up, the lead investigator on the case, Superintendent Doug Carter, is standing by to talk about this investigation, where the case stands right now, 5 years later, and how close they are, in fact, to catching the person responsible. A rare live interview next here on Prime. So many questions tonight, 5 years later. Who killed Abby and Libby, and why? And will this killer be brought to justice? I'd like to welcome the top investigator on the case, Superintendent Doug Carter with the Indiana State Police. You've seen him a number of times throughout the show. He is joining us live tonight.
Now remember, this is just a couple months before they arrest Richard Allen. And also as a reminder, we're gonna as we go through this show, and then maybe one more, we'll be able to work through the suspect list, like so to speak, and then we're going to go into the Frank's motion, because that's a really long document, and there's a lot of things in there that we can explain why we have questions. Okay, and it'll show you what was said about the FBI and certain things during the investigation. So we'll do that in another couple of shows, so we can get completely caught up, because I want you guys to be as well informed as you can about the facts of the case and how everything unfolded. So again, this was just a few months before they arrested Rick. Oh shit, great time for
tonight. Appreciate your time tonight.
Sorry.
It's a pleasure to be with you, Marnie.
I was listening closely to your interview with our reporter, Rich McHugh, and at one point you said that the killer is watching and will meet them soon. And I couldn't help but notice you glanced at the camera as though you may have been looking at the killer. What makes you think that they're watching?
Well, I think that even though we're at the 5-year mark, I still believe, even today, that he knows what's happening. He knows what's happening nationally. He knows what's happening locally. He knows who's covering the story and what's being said, and very likely he's even going to be watching this interview tonight. And I want to clear, Marty, I'm not the lead detective, but I represent many of them that are on this case.
And I know there are many working tirelessly. You are front and center on many of the interviews, so I appreciate the clarification. Has the person responsible reached out to you or other investigators directly?
They have not. No, they have not.
In terms of the evidence, you say it's important that you don't show your hand. It's been 5 years, and you know the frustration from people who follow this case closely. They want answers. Wouldn't releasing information now, more information that you have, be helpful in producing more tips from the public?
Well, I know there's frustration. I know there's frustration locally, and there's frustration literally from around the world. I receive 25 to 30 tips a week just at my desk here in Indianapolis. So I know that there's frustration, and I know that there is a lot of speculative opinion about what we should do, criticism about what we've done, and how we've handled this up to this point. I would just say to that, Marnie, that this is very, very dynamic. It hasn't slowed down too much over the course of these last few years, and I don't anticipate that it will. So everything is calculated. This has been a strategic process from the very beginning, and I completely support what the investigators have decided to do. You know, they've given their life to this, and I've developed lifelong friendships now with the family of Abby and Libby, and there's no one on the planet that wants to go to them more than me and say, we finally did it.
How much more video and audio evidence do you have?
I'm not going to talk about what we have that we haven't released. The purpose of this was to talk specifically about the human effect of this and what it's caused over the course of these last 5 years.
But can you confirm there is more evidence out there?
Yes, we have evidence that we've not released. And eventually I want to be able to tell the world what we know, and I believe that we will.
There is a report and some court documents that suggest there's up to 43 seconds of video. Can you confirm that?
I can't. I can't. Again, I'm not going to talk about what we know.
Court documents confirm that it's a 43-second video. When this guy talks, guys, really pay attention. Butterfly, take notes. Pay attention when this guy talks, for real. Hey, everybody that popped in, thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Or about what I think. I must talk about what we know. And there are some things that we know that I just simply cannot release.
I understand. I'd like to talk about these two sketches that were released years apart by investigators. The images have caused quite a bit of speculation, also some confusion. Are there two suspects that you're looking for?
There are not. There are not. I saw some coverage tonight where I saw Becky Patty was interviewed back in 2019 when that was done. And she said tonight it was like a gut punch. And I felt that gun punch tonight because I would never, ever intentionally cause that to happen. Again, this is very strategic. And I really believe, Marnie, that eventually we're going to take both of those sketches. Remember, a sketch is not a photograph, but we'll take both of those sketches and we'll put them together and then remove them, and the killer will be behind them.
So is this
Okay, that kind of touches on what was said earlier by Joe. He has literally said that, and there's like video showing it somewhere, but he's like, if you just take the two sketches and you blend them together and mesh them, you have the killer. So you're saying he's middle age of what these two sketches are showing. Why not just release that, if that's what you're convinced of? It was like, it's such word salad from Doug Carter, especially when it comes to these damn sketches. They're kind of like Jen Soto. You throw your own shade, Bubba. Don't come at me when I question it.
There's pieces of
Sorry, go ahead.
No. Go ahead, please.
I was just going to ask, is the sketch, how does the public receive this information? Is the sketch, the ultimate suspect, a combination of these two images put on this body that we're seeing on screen right now?
Yes, I believe that we'll be able to put the two of them together and drop the sketch, and that will be the person responsible for the death of Abby and Libby.
Do you anticipate releasing another sketch, perhaps a third sketch that is more of a cross between the two?
No, I have no intention of that happening. At least that's not what any of the detectives have brought to me or talked about.
DNA is critical to solving so many of these types of crimes. How important is it in a case like this?
Well, of course, it's very, very important. And technology associated, generally speaking, with complex homicide investigations continues to become better over time. And I think that will be the case with many of these unsolved crimes around the country as we continue to work through them and time goes by.
And is it an important component of this investigation?
It is.
Keegan Kline, he was brought up several times in our reporting tonight. He has not been named as a suspect. Has he been questioned in relation to this case, and why release that fake social media account? What was the purpose of that?
Yeah, again, a very dynamic situation and very strategic decision to do that. And what I can say about Keegan Kline is when that was released not long ago, significant tips have come in that have been very meaningful to us. So we're just beginning with the Anthony Schatz profile and what that might mean to the Delphi homicides.
What does the fake social media account have to do with your outreach to the public? What are you asking for from the public in terms of focusing on Keegan Kline, focusing on this Anthony Schatz, releasing that to the public? What is your message to people who may have crossed paths?
To let us know if they did. And we explained that pretty well when that was released, I thought. I felt that it was very well done. And we've received a tremendous amount of tips since then. So we'll follow up on every single one of those with anyone that's had any contact with Keegan Kline or Anthony Schatz.
Superintendent, the day that Abby and Libby's bodies were found, I know you were there. I know you chose to drive home the long way, as you say, to process what you had seen, and you didn't listen to any music. You just thought about this horrific crime. What motivates you today, 5 years later, to solve this case?
There are so many pieces to it that have had such a detrimental effect on so many people. And we owe the community, we owe the family, we owe the state and literally the nation an explanation as to what happened. That's Anytown America, Marnie. It's Anytown America. And the level of violence, it just gut-wrenching to me to think about what happened to those little girls and then ultimately what happened to the community. But I would like to say, even through all the criticism, all the things that we've been through associated with this, which I understand I'm not being critical of, so much good has come of this. That community in Carroll County and Delphi is wonderful. The people there, how they've responded to this, how they've come together in such a terrible, terrible, terrible dark time. is something that I'll remember till my final day. I still spend time on that trail, and I still spend time in that small town. And I feel for the sheriff's office and the city PD there, and the hundreds of people from the state police here in Indiana that have been involved in that. And I believe we'll come to a successful conclusion.
Now, I know a lot of you are always over in Dago's for a lot of the things that go down over there that he discusses. Are you familiar with the Flora fires? This is Doug Carter from the same investigation. There's been talk, were the two situations tied? If you want to go down that rabbit hole, you could say yes. There's certain things that could make, not that they're tied, but the individuals could be tied. So, but this is the same guy that was over there investigating that as well. That horrible incident where those beautiful little girls were taken. But we'll get to that. We'll touch on Flora eventually because it comes up in Delphi.
Superintendent, I know that you have spent countless hours working this case, as your colleagues have as well alongside you. You call this the totality of evil, and I pray tonight that you are in fact close to catching this killer for Abby and Liz.
Okay, I just got to say, Joe, yes, that comment right there, because what the fuck? Because detrimental to who? So many people. How many people in the town would suffer if word got out that some punks tried some shit in the woods that they shouldn't have, and shit went sideways? And if this gets out, our entire community might look bad. I mean, I'm not saying that what happened. I'm speculating and I'm theorizing because that's how my brain works. It's like, what does that mean? And what about the girls? Because how bad, if it's that bad and you got all that evidence that it's that bad, where's the person that caused all that bad stuff to happen? Why is it taking you, is it so technical it takes 5 years? I don't understand. It's weird.
Libby, for their families, and for all those who have followed this case so closely. Thank you for your investigative work, and I appreciate you coming on and speaking with us live tonight. I know you don't do it very often. I wish you the best, and
It's been a pleasure.
I'd love to have you back when you catch this guy.
I'd love to come back. Thank you.
Superintendent Doug Carter. And for you at home, I want to thank you for joining us tonight. There have been so many questions about this case, and we don't have all of the answers. Who killed Abby and Libby? What was the motive? And where are they tonight? Are they watching? Did they just hear the investigator say, he's close, coming after you? These two little girls were best friends. They died together, and we owe it to them to continue to follow every lead. Thank you for joining us for Prime tonight.
All right, that's the end of that one. So I hope that was informative enough to get you guys from the day they were dropped off to kind of where the investigation got. They didn't touch on all the different potential suspects except for Keegan Klein, which they needed to because that's an important to the case. But I thought that one was a pretty decent one to review. Yep, right there the whole time. The whole entire time is like, I would have been more apt to believe that this would be the guy if they were like, man arrested in so-and-so state, DNA ties him to the scene in Delphi. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Traveler, truck driver, whatever, serial killer traveling the states, the country. But that's not what happened. It's weird. It's really, when you try to sit down and go through the evidence that they do have, and you try to figure all that out, and then you come across the weird stuff like the horrible way they found that bullet, and the chain of command when they found it, and all the questions that go with that, and that's just a lot. It's a lot to take in. That this is really a seriously flawed investigation. And they didn't know what the hell they were doing and didn't want the outside help, as JC was, talking about, a pride thing. Don't come at us and talk to us and all that. I don't know. JC, you still with us? I know you got to go somewhere in a little while. She may have dropped out, guys. She did.
Nope.
She did. Oh, you here?
I'm still here. I'm gonna get ready to go though.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna look at a couple more things. We might, if you guys still want to chill out for a little bit, we can review a few more things.
Okay.
Thanks for coming up and
Yep.
chilling with me, though. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, have fun tonight.
I will. Bye bye.
All right. Bye, JC. All right, guys. Let me see. Let me stop this. Okay. This is just a little, this was us. What was this again? Was this Barbara's little thing? Let me see. Okay. Let me share this. I'm trying to give you guys a good backstory update as best I can without it taking forever.
Two young lives cut short by the man in the woods. The girls capturing their alleged killer on camera. Still, the days turn to weeks, weeks into months, months to years. No answers.
Now, the moment their families and this community have been waiting for.
And an arrest has been made.
From a sketch in every corner of town, now there is a name.
A judge signed the probable cause affidavit for the arrest of Richard Allen for 2 counts of murder.
And a face to the man accused of killing Abby and Libby.
A man police say has walked among them all these years.
Lived here and was in the community and ran around like there was nothing going on, you know? And it's kind of a slap in the face.
That's why we said never stop searching anywhere. He could be living right amongst us, hiding in plain sight. And that's what I want to make sure that we have everything we possibly need and more. I don't want to leave any stone unturned.
The arrest, the news these families have prayed for. Now it's on to the next step.
We now move forward through the Indiana criminal justice system, allowing the system to provide its due diligence and process in providing that justice which is owed Abby and Libby, their families, in this community.
It's somewhat bittersweet, knowing that while it allows us to move to the next turn or the next chapter, we still got a big mountain ahead of us, and we're going to stay after it. We haven't ever given up, and you guys haven't given up on us. We're going to keep pushing all the way.
Abby and Libby, though in death, have had a profound effect on so many of us, on how we live, and as importantly, who we all should be.
Thanks for joining us for our special on the Delphi murder arrests. Over the next 30 minutes now, we're going to be sharing an in-depth interview about the case with Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter.
We'll also hear from the girls' families about the arrest and why they feel this isn't the end, but the beginning of justice for these girls. But first, how we got to this point. It all started on February 13th, 2017, when 2 young girls went out for a walk and never came home. The next day, Valentine's Day, a grim discovery. The girls' bodies discovered in a wooded area near the bridge where they had gone the day before for a simple afternoon hike.
It was on the 15th that police revealed evidence captured on one of the girls' phones showing their suspected killer, the man in the blue jacket. 3 days later, Abby and Libby were laid to rest. A community in mourning and a community in fear.
February 22nd is when we heard their alleged killer's voice for the first time. With the infamous Down the Hill recording. It wasn't until July that we got our first look at their alleged killer when this sketch was released. His image everywhere you looked in the small town of Delphi and beyond.
Was Hiller caught on camera, 2 teenage girls found dead.
That September, the girls' families took their plea for answers national by appearing on Dr. Phil. Still nothing. as the case seemed to grow cold.
Fast forward to April 22nd of 2019. That's when Indiana State Police released this updated sketch of Abby and Libby's alleged killer, a far different look from the original sketch. Investigators also released additional audio of the suspected killer.
Nearly another year passes with no new leads until December of 2021. That's when police announced a possible break, a fake social media account that communicated with Libby shortly before her death. Investigators did track down that man, and he denied any involvement and has never been charged in the case.
That all leads us to October 26th, the day police arrested 50-year-old Richard Allen. He was formally charged 2 days later with murder in the girls' deaths.
And on October 31st, the news the family and community have been waiting for nearly 6 years. An official announcement of the arrest and the murders, and new hope for justice for Abby and Libby. That announcement coming from the Indiana State Police Superintendent.
Our senior investigative reporter Bob Siegel sat down with Doug Carter, and they talked about the scale of this investigation, the evidence that's still secret from the public, and the unexpected reaction following this arrest.
Today is not a day to celebrate, but the arrest of Richard M. Allen of Delphi on 2 counts of murder is sure a major step in leading to the conclusion of this long-term and complex investigation.
Announcing an arrest in one of the most notorious murder cases in state history, that job belonged to Doug Carter, superintendent of Indiana State Police. After years of working with investigators, Carter told me he had dreamed this announcement would come, but the arrest of Richard Allen was not exactly how Carter had imagined it. What went through your mind when you learned that he was in custody?
Empty. I felt pretty empty. It wasn't what I anticipated it to be, Bob. It was a bit overwhelming.
Would you feel empty after a big arrest? Like I think someone's going to talk back to me on panel. Lord, you know what, guys? I mean, I don't think my first response would be I felt empty inside. I would feel a little, finally, relief. Just saying.
Quite frankly, at least initially, and it caused me to really go back in time and try to understand the magnitude of what's just happened.
When you spoke to Abby and Libby's families, how did they respond?
They didn't really know what to say, and it was that feeling of after all of these years, we heard what we wanted to hear. Now what? How are we supposed to feel? I think they were pleased because remember, we don't tell the family much more than the rest of the world knows. We can't. So they had the same questions that everyone else has.
There are lots of questions because the Carroll County prosecutor filed a request at the courthouse to keep records in the murder case sealed. That includes the probable cause affidavit, a document that would help explain why police believe Richard Allen committed the murders of 2 teenagers. And that document is almost always made public once a defendant is arrested. Why is information in this case, why is the probable cause affidavit not released right now?
Once the prosecutor made the decision to do that and the judge signed that document, it took it completely out of our hands. I believe in the probable cause. I've read it multiple times. I believe in that probable cause, and I believe in its outcome. So I think in some semblance of a short period of time, will be up to the judge, of course, up to the courts. They will release that probable cause affidavit. I understand the question, and that answer will come in due time.
Was there a request by Indiana State Police to keep it sealed?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Do you support keeping it sealed, or do you believe that it should be released?
I think it should be released, but I also think there's value in a period of time to keep it sealed. Again, in time, the strategy will be clear.
13 News asked the state police superintendent if he believes anyone else participated in the murders and if another arrest in the case might be coming. Do you anticipate there could be other arrests in this case?
There always could be other arrests with any case. It depends upon what we learn.
He did not directly answer either of those questions, and he also chose his words very carefully when I asked about this video on the Monon High Bridge. Police say Libby German secretly took the video on her cell phone on the day of the murders, and the video also captured a man's voice. Indiana State Police said this man was a person of interest, a prime suspect in the murders of Abby and Libby.
Is Richard Allen the man who was captured in that video?
That answer will be known sometime in the near future.
While Carter won't talk right now about the evidence, he is very confident that police have identified the killer. He has not spoken directly to Richard Allen since his arrest, but he did speak to him indirectly at a press conference nearly 6 years ago, just days after police found the victims' bodies in these woods.
Somebody knows. And if you're watching, we'll find you.
Did you find that person?
We did. We did.
Still ahead, the conversation continues.
Gee, it took him long enough. I just don't understand sometimes. His yeah, right? Nope. That's the thing about Doug Carter. He is, I gotta hand it to old boy. He's got it. Yeah, I feel some kind of way about him because I've watched okay, y'all, there was so many press conferences held that this guy did, along with the sheriffs, two different sheriffs of Delphi. Anyway, but Doug Carter's quite the character, and there are some of his press conferences we're going to have to review moving forward with the case, so you'll come to understand why I feel the way I feel about this man and his word salad. So he's very good at his word salad.
With State Police Superintendent Doug Carter, including how many investigators it took to crack this case.
I've never seen anything like this in my entire career.
And the important detour he took on his way to announce an arrest in the Delphi murders. We'll tell you where he went. Welcome back to our 13 News special on the Delphi murders arrest.
Before the break, we heard from Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter on the reaction to this arrest and why so much information is still sealed from public view.
Our Bob Siegel now with more on the unprecedented scope of this nearly 6-year investigation and also the surprising stop that Carter made the morning of that news conference.
In the nearly 2,100 days since 2 teenagers were found murdered in Delphi, the case has attracted investigators and detectives from local, state, and federal agencies who all have tried to solve the same question: who killed Abby and Libby?
Do you have an idea how many individuals, how many investigators have participated in this case and in an attempt to lead to an arrest?
Hundreds over time.
Are you aware of any other cases that have had that many individuals participate from an investigative standpoint?
Bob, I'm in a year and a half or so, I'll finish my 40th year. I've never seen anything like this in my entire career. I think one of the reasons is because it's captured the attention of the world, because it's Everytown USA. It's Everytown USA. It's your daughter and it's mine. It's her friend and it's my daughter's friend. I think that's one of the reasons that it's captured the attention of really the globe.
But there are other unsolved homicides in Indiana, in small towns very similar to Delphi, some involving children even younger than Abby and Libby, cases that have received far less attention than this one. Following an arrest in Delphi, Carter said those cases are also very much on his mind, and he mentioned one in particular.
I want to talk about Flora.
He's talking about a deadly house fire in the town of Flora, just 10 miles from the murder scene in Delphi. The fire happened 6 years ago inside this house, trapping 4 young sisters who all died. Investigators say the fire was arson. The deaths are homicides. On the day of this press conference to announce an arrest in the Delphi murder case, Doug Carter says this is where he came first, to visit this crime scene, which is also still under investigation by Indiana State Police.
I sat across the street in that gravel lot and looked at that house that has the same exact remnants of a fire that we saw now almost 6 years ago this month. Boarded windows and black soot on the outside. And it just broke my heart that it was still there because I hadn't seen it in some time. The cases and investigations are very different, but the tragic outcome is the same when there's loss of life. And I hope that one day we can do the same thing, but we have to hear from people. And I hope that one day we will.
State police say they have not gotten many tips on who set the fire that killed these girls, but tips continue to pour in on Delphi. Tens of thousands of tips before the arrest, hundreds more after, during an investigation that Carter says is still ongoing after more than 5.5 years.
Did you think it would take this long to get an arrest?
That's a tough question to answer. This has ebbed and flowed for me. I was confident we would get an arrest, and I had hoped that it would be in a reasonable amount of time. At that.
So when you speak of the Flora fires, there was no Odinist link to Flora, but there was racist links to Flora. There were 4 little black girls. They lived there with their mother, and there was an officer injured trying to get in there to save those babies. This man did not give up, and I've got a really cool video stashed away about that. And I'm going to tell you, I had tears in my eyes watching this guy, and I know what he went through trying to get into that house to save those babies, and the attempt that was made. And to think that somebody could do it under a racially motivated bullshit, and it would tie into the white supremacist Odinist people, right? And what their beliefs are and aren't. That's the only tie between the two. If there even is one. So that's the only thing. And for him to, and he's big in both investigations, and he knows the talk that's been out there. And then for him to know that he went there first, it's like, I don't know. What were your true intentions, Doug, when you went there? I don't buy what he said.
Reasonable amount of time. Grew to be longer than I thought.
Have you ever had doubts and worries that there would not be an arrest in this case?
I did, but I fought it. It's haunted me. Yes, I have. And then I'd pick up the phone and I'd call one of those detectives and say, "Hey, it's me. How you doing today?" And I'd hang up that phone and I'd think, "Oh man, they don't feel that way." So I would be at peace again.
Are you at peace right now?
Yes. I see the culmination of extraordinary effort and hurt and pain in the community that will begin now, hopefully, to heal. But again, we're not done. We are not done. We're not going to leave that community until this is over.
Carter says he believes more information about the actual murders, including evidence that led to Richard Allen's arrest, will be publicly released within just a matter of weeks.
He says it will be both helpful and very painful because it's going to force the families and also the Delphi community to revisit the pain and trauma that they've experienced that will never go away.
We haven't ever given up, and you guys haven't given up on us, and we're going to keep pushing all the way.
We'll hear from the families of Abby and Libby, who've always held on to hope their killer will be caught. For Abby and Libby's families, the arrest marks the end of one painful chapter and now the beginning of a new one as they wait for justice.
Our Emily Longnecker now with how they've worked to keep Abby and Libby's memories alive.
It's something they've lived with every day for almost 6
Guys, while this is playing, I'm going to walk on the back porch and I'm going to go smoke. I'm a bad girl. But I'm going to take my phone with me so I can still keep an eye on chat and the screen. But I feel like I'm a few seconds delayed on my phone. I just didn't want it to end and you guys be like, where the hell's Salty? I'll rush back if that happens. I'll be listening and watching chat. So here we go.
6 years. Along the way, the families of Abby and Libby sharing with us what it was like to wake up every day knowing the person responsible for the girls' murders was still out there.
They never gave up hope or stopped praying, telling themselves with every day that passed.
We still keep positive that today could be the day.
Today's the day.
That's the phrase the families of Libby German and Abby Williams said to themselves every day for almost 6 years, believing that one day they'd be saying it after investigators arrested a person responsible for the murders of Abby and Libby. That day finally came when police called them to say they had a person in custody.
That's why we said never stop searching anywhere, because we didn't know where he was.
Libby's grandparents, Mike and Becky Patty, spoke Monday following a news conference where Indiana State Police announced they had arrested Richard Allen, a longtime Delphi resident who worked at the local CVS, charging him with the girls' murders.
I don't know the gentleman personally at all.
Turns out, though, the Pattys did have contact with Allen, confirming that at some point since the murders, he had processed photos for them at CVS, but didn't charge them.
That is accurate.
Okay, and that he didn't charge the family when they came in to claim the photos?
That is correct.
The interaction between these grandparents and the man now accused of killing their granddaughter and her friend Abby. Confirmation about what investigators and even the families believed at times over the years, that the killer was hiding in plain sight.
I feel very strongly that there's a very good chance that it was somebody from the area that knew this area at one time.
That's Abby's mom, Anna Williams, speaking to 13 News 4 years after the girls' murders. Williams chose not to talk after police announced the recent arrest of Allen, but she's spoken several times in the past about the loss of her only child.
My heart's still breaking.
That's Williams just 6 months after the girls' deaths. Back then, holding on to the hope that an arrest would come at any time.
I'd like to be able to have a little bit of happiness come Christmas time this year, knowing that nobody else is ever going to have to go through what we went through, and that this person isn't still out there.
But Christmas that first year came and went with no breaks in the case. What followed were days, weeks, and then years of what should have been other milestones in Abby and Libby's lives. Learning to drive, going to the prom, graduating high school. All moments never realized.
As tough as their first day of school, everybody is feeling what we're feeling as a group.
Social media, the posts, the kids going to prom, or, the various things that kids do, and you get their license and they post pictures of it, well, we didn't get to enjoy that, and Libby didn't get to partake and have that.
Instead, every year around the time of the girls' deaths, the families held a food drive. They also built a park in Abby and Libby's memory.
I think of Libby's laugh every morning, and I imagine all of the really great things that she would be doing right now.
Libby's older sister, Kelsey, was the one who dropped the girls off at the trail that day and was the last person to see Abby and Libby alive.
That's something I live with every day.
Kelsey has spoken several times over the years about the loss of her little sister.
You have a lot of regret in that, and that is also part of the reason why I keep pushing so hard.
For Kelsey, that push included studying forensics and psychology at Purdue.
I have a mission now. That mission is to get this case solved.
But even as 5 years passed with still no answers, the families of Abby and Libby continued to push forward, getting up every day, knowing the person responsible for the murders was still out there, continuing to share the girls' stories and their journey through the grief of losing them, hoping at some point someone would call in the one tip that would help solve the case.
We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to keep doing what we're doing, but we have to. We have to keep looking for justice and finding justice, and we're just going to keep pushing forward and doing this every year that we have to.
Finally, last week, it seemed like the first step towards finding that justice for Abby and Libby had arrived. Their families had a face and a name, Richard M. Allen, to put with the nightmares that have kept them up at night for the past 5.5 years.
I don't feel like I thought I would. I've always said that I would be screaming on the rooftops, but we're not. It's sad. While there's somebody that's been arrested, our lives for 5.5 years have been in a search, and that's what we've done tonight. You get up and it's like, oh, we're not doing that anymore. So we're all just kind of feeling our way and figuring out what our purpose is now. What do we do next? How do we help?
The answers to those questions will likely be answered in the coming days and months.
This is another chapter in this whole story that in our lives.
A chapter that's still being written to a story that started on a cold February day when the families of Abby Williams and Libby German learned monsters aren't just the stuff of make believe. Sometimes they might look like the person walking towards you on a bridge in the woods.
Now that we have an arrest, what's next? The key dates ahead in this case, and the plea still very much open to the public.
Now that Richard Allen is in custody, what's next? He has pleaded not guilty to murder charges, and he awaits trial in a state facility because there have been concerns for his safety.
We also know this case is going to be handled by an Allen County judge. The judge in Carroll County recused himself on November 3rd. Allen has a hearing coming up on January 13th. That's just 1 month short of the 6-year mark since these two girls disappeared. Right now, his trial is set for March 20th.
As you've heard, investigators have made it very clear this is not over yet. In fact, right now, they're still seeking any and all tips in the case. So if you know anything, the tip line is right there on your screen.
Thanks so much for joining us. As always, you can stay constantly updated on this case by heading to WTHR.com/Delphi.
We also have extended coverage on WTHR Plus. Thanks for watching. Good night.
Okay. Let me get my phone set back up here so I can see things. Ugh. All right, guys. I'm looking at chat real quick. Yeah, Mystery, it was just wanting me to verify. And I've been in a lot of Discords, and that's the first time it's ever told me to turn off my VPN. I'm like, yeah. I don't usually do that for Discords. But it's a good place to. I think I was in that Discord like a long time ago, because I was in a lot, and I kind of scaled back a lot of things months and months and months ago, and I think that was one of them. I don't remember though. And I think it was Wisdom who earlier had said that she watches recaps on the Delphi hearings with Defense Diaries. I watch them a lot too when it comes to the hearings afterwards to get their perspective. It's from a defense attorney's perspective, but they'll break down law to you. I mean, he doesn't, in my opinion, Mata does not push a narrative. He talks about the facts, and that's my take on it. But you can get your own and form your own opinion, and if you're want to go check them out, they're Defense Diaries, and they're on YouTube. But they have a lot of good content on the Delphi case. Let me take this down for a moment. We've been going just a little over 2 hours, but if you guys are down to, I did have something that I sent myself. Let me see something. I wanted to pull up a picture for you guys. If I can do this, I don't want to mess up the stream. Whoa. It's not good when you go whoa, right? You go over here now. Okay, see if I can grab it real quick. So you guys can get a little visual on something, because it'll be important going forward to understand who and what we're talking about. Gotta pull up my email real quick, because I don't have things saved to the desktop the way I do the phone, so I have to send shit to myself. Okay, let me see if this will work. Let's present. And now I can't see you guys. Hang on. I need that to go away. You guys are still seeing the other thing and not this other thing I want you to see. Hold on. Darn. I don't know how to fix that. Oh. That's how. I think. Let's try it again. Guys, I'm new to this, so bear with me. It would be this one. Yes. Okay. This is a guy that was investigated briefly, only because of his background. Essay type things in his background, but he was cleared. But that was just an image of him next to the bridge guy image. So let me see if where's my next one at? Oh, I know why that was sent by itself. Here we go. This is a alternate suspect named in the documents. Now, this is not the best picture, but it's a sample of it. This is called it says heathen. This is your Odinism symbols, and he was openly and actively a member. He is going to be talked about in the documents. He posted things on social media that mimicked the crime scene. He said things that he shouldn't have said. So he made himself look really, His interviews his was recorded over accidentally. One of the other suspects, they claim they didn't even record at all. But I wanted you to get a look at his face because of the resemblance to Bridge Guy. And we'll look at the next one. Oh, wrong button. So you got Richard Allen. This is that first guy I showed you. Okay, so that's the first guy. And then Richard Allen. Ron Logan. That's where whose property the girls were found. Now remember, you're just looking at these to compare to Bridge Guy. Keegan Klein, a.k.a. Anthony Schatz. Bridge Guy. So I need to make a visual to put Bridge Guy and those other guys. I've got one somewhere on my phone made, but I just threw this together a few minutes ago. We were watching a video to show you guys. So it would be cool if I could get him side by side with Bridge Guy. But you guys see where I'm going with that. It's just to show you who we're talking about. That's an image of a person called Brad Holder. And I'll say it because it's in a court document. Otherwise, I wouldn't even say it. All right, let me pull my other screen back up. So we can get the video stuff back up. Okay. Let me get back to my original playlist that I had set up for the show. Okay. So now we're going to move into, this was a quick update that had been made by Barbara McDonald, worked for HLN, Headline News, CNN, when the case happened. And she and Susan Hendricks always covered Delphi. And that's where I got all my information from very early on, because they were the only two doing Delphi. And Susan I remember one day I was watching the news, because back then I was a big time Nancy Grace, Casey Anthony, everything. So I had been watching the true crime in the evenings, and the kids would be getting ready for bed or whatever. I'd be watching this stuff. Well, she was going to do a special, like, a couple years later. Where are we? I was like, you know what? I haven't heard anything about this case in a while. Let me watch. And I watched, and I was like, still nobody arrested, and and all this. But so that's where Barbara's background came from. And then eventually she did the podcast with Susan down the hill. Then Barbara, I think, began to, the closer she dug and got through the case, I think she began to see things differently. And eventually she didn't work at HLN anymore. Now she's with Court TV. So we're going to watch this real quick. Let me get this screen up. This is another channel actually did this little thing. You may have heard of this channel. I'm just sharing what they did because I like the video. I like the clip, but it's True Crime Design. Yeah, I don't normally watch their stuff, but I like this video. So here we go with that.
Good morning, Susan. I spoke with the spokesman for the Delphi Murders Task Force, Sergeant Jeremy Piers of the Indiana State Police, and he confirms that press conference is happening Monday morning at 10 a.m. here in Delphi with an update on the case. He wouldn't go so far as to call it a development. He said they're going with the word update at this time. I also spoke by phone with Superintendent Doug Carter of the Indiana State Police, and he says that on Monday they will be releasing a name and a photograph. But he was quick to point out to me that this does not mean that this investigation is over. Far from it. The investigation continues. This just opens a new chapter of the case. He said the good news is we have made progress. The bad news is we can't tell you much about it yet. He also called these developments fascinating and says when we know the full story that it is a fascinating tale of how they got to where they are today. He would not confirm for me if an arrest has been made. We have made repeated attempts to reach the Carroll County Sheriff, Tobe Lesenby, who has not responded to any of our efforts. Now, CNN affiliate WTHR is reporting that a man is in custody. CNN and HLN have not been able to independently verify that. And the announcement of this update brings a lot of questions for everyone connected to this case. I'm told that the probable cause affidavit regarding this development, whether that's for an arrest or a search warrant of a property, a probable cause affidavit is basically a legal document that outlines why they're taking the action they are. And that document has been sealed in this case. And even on Monday, we are not expecting to hear the details that would be contained in a document such as that. So we are here in Delphi. We are talking to people, and we'll be here for Monday's press conference. Susan?
Could you imagine if that Idaho Fort PCA had been sealed like that? It would have been, It's crazy that that was even sealed the way it was. Joe, I haven't listened fully to all of the recaps on all of the hearings. That's interesting. So are you telling me Amber testified during the 3-day hearings? Because I know her statements in the documents. So that's interesting. They brought her in if they did for that. Let me take this down. So that was just a little update that Barbara did right before they announced who they had, right, on the arrest. So now we're going to move into this next one. I want to warn you guys, it's going to get a little graphic only because of the description the attorney's going to give. He's going to keep it as clean as he possibly can. It's just the language is not, it's not vulgar or nothing like that. It's just truth. So it's a little bit of the court TV thing, and I'm going to do the timestamp because I don't want to watch the whole thing because it's a long one, and we can review it at a different time. And it just gives you a little background. So when Judge Gall, after the Franks motion came out and the defense came forward with their Odinist defense, right, their theory, well, she didn't like any of that, and for whatever reason, and did what she did and didn't want no hearings about it, and she got so mad she took them off the case, pretty much fired them, and they were public defenders assigned to the case. So then while she kicks them off, she goes and handpicks 2 new public defenders. One of them she was very good at working with, really gave him high remarks, and we're about to view his video or his take on the case. And to know that he respected her and vice versa, and he still came out and said what he said, I don't think it would be just, I can't pass it off as standard defense attorney lingo, because I could absolutely do that with a lot of cases, but I can also be honest and know when it's not standard defense attorney lingo, right? So I'm going to play this video and pull up the timestamp for us so we can just get a little background. Whoa, the sick stuff. Oh, did I have it ready to go? All right, I think I did. Yay me for a change. Here we go. Oh, first I got to share the screen. Not so fast with that yay me stuff. All right.
Barbara McDonald, Court TV senior producer and a Court TV exclusive, sat down with Richard Allen's former attorney, his replacement counsel, William Libredo. And here's what he had to say about Odinism.
You had not heard of Odinism when it first was floated with regard to this case?
I honestly thought, I was like, no disrespect to Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Rosie, because they're excellent lawyers. I thought it was hocus pocus. I honestly didn't, I'd never heard of it. And the more I got into it, that's a real thing. It is a real thing, and it's scary.
In what way?
Well, I believe they sacrificed a girl and killed another one. Some of the people that live in Delphi were very brazen about their Odinistic beliefs on their Facebook pages and other social media accounts, including the sergeant who was in charge of keeping Mr. Allen safe in Westville. It's real. Just the other day, Robert and I were going to lunch, and we saw a Jeep Wrangler right here in Fort Wayne with a spare tire on the back, and the cover said Odin, and it had all Odin spears like around on the cover. I would have never known what that meant, and outside of this case. So Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Rosie were onto something right away.
You described one of those officers that's mentioned in one of Rosie and Baldwin's filings, Sergeant Jones, who was wearing patches that said "In Odin We Trust" on his Department of Corrections uniform.
Yep.
The judge ordered the warden to make them stop. And then what did you notice?
That Mr. Jones had it tattooed under his right eye.
And I found that picture of Mr. Jones with that tattoo under his right eye. I've had it for months. I've trolled his accounts hard. He's real. He was a guard, and he's named in documents. And they were sporting, so these are the guards that worked at the prison where they were housing Richard Allen, 2 of them. They proudly displayed their Odin patches on their Department of Corrections uniforms in the prison while they were at work. We all know that's bullshit. You should not be allowed to do that, right? We call bullshit. Where's Miss Barbara? So then they were court ordered to remove them. So then the guy goes out and gets the tattoo. And when you take a look at his TikTok account, him and his girl, they are loud and proud Odinists. So here, that's a little backstory on that guy.
From the best we can tell, it looks a lot like Odin's spear. And he had several tattoos on his forearms, including the interlocking triangles that are on his Facebook post. I got to give credit to Mr. Rosie and Mr. Baldwin that, they picked up on that. We saw him, and, confinement officers at the Allen County Jail aren't even allowed to have facial hair, let alone facial tattoos. I was a little miffed that the warden allowed that, or, he even knew what it was.
He looks a little scared talking about Odinism. I mean,
I don't know if he was scared. I know that he was being very careful with his words. As an attorney, he wanted to be sure that what he said was what he meant. But yeah, I think he probably does feel a little intimidation by it. He said it's a scary thing. And once you begin to become aware of it and you see it more often, he might not have known what that tattoo was had this issue not already been raised.
So the concept of the Odinist, I mean, there was a task force trying to solve this case. And this isn't like the defense just scraped this up. It came from the task force. There was a faction of the task force that was going down this road and believed in this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that the allegation from all these defense attorneys is they didn't do a very good job of ruling it in or out, and that there were people who had ties to Odinism who should have been checked out further and weren't.
All right, let's bring back in our guest, Chris Todd, investigative producer Mike King, religious cult expert. Chris, I'll begin with you. I get back to this conversation about Odinism. It's going to be a part of this trial. There is no doubt in my mind. The defense has said so much. There was part of the task force was going down this road. Did you come across anything associated with this? Was it on the radar?
Very early on, loosely, it was talked about, like kind of rumor mill. But I think this Odin stuff is kind of like Nazism, to be honest. And if you really look at that logo, I see like a swastika almost inside there. So I'm just saying, like, I think it's, to quote the prosecutor, I think it's colorful. And I think it's an interesting way for these defense attorneys to talk about this. But we're looking around all again when we had somebody right in front of us very early on. And then we get to Richard Allen many years later. And it's perplexing. I don't have all the answers, but that's my quick thought on the Odin thing.
Now, Mike King, I want to put this back up on the screen, because when you and I first heard about this, we were skeptical. And then the state had to respond to the allegation made by the defense, and they said that Sergeant Redacted and Sergeant Redacted have worn patches that refer to Odinism. These are the people watching Richard Allen. Those patches reflect the sergeant's religious beliefs and are not associated with any kind of cult. Sergeant Redacted did not remove the patches from his vest until ordered to do so by command. And then apparently got the tattoo. All right, so Mike King, where do you see the line between religion and cult? Because I think that's significant here, because if someone's practicing the religion, they're practicing their religion. They might believe something different than we do, or something different than their neighbor believes. Everyone's entitled to practice whatever religion they want. But if you're getting into the world of cult, that raises a red flag, and to me raises a greater possibility of something bizarre like a ritualistic sacrifice. But first, you got to cross the line into it being a cult. So how do you see that issue?
You know, as Barbara interviewed, I thought it was so interesting that the message that came across is every Odinist is committing murders out there, which we've had guests on the show with us here, Vinny, that you brought in that are followers of this Odinist ideology, and they absolutely repel that idea and say, no, it's a very peaceful kind of a group of people. Every cult I've ever looked at boils down to whether it is coercive in nature or not. And so when you think about mainstream religion and the openness of mainstream religion, sometimes we could argue they're closed in mainstream religion. And then you look at cults, there are cults that probably are not very harmful, like the cults of people that follow the Dallas Cowboys. But then when you get into the ideology that's coercive, and there's coercive mind control, and there is all kinds of conspiracy attached to it, that's the kind of cult that we really worry about and that we think about when we look at cases like this. So what we have to do is we have to separate the two first and foremost and figure out if it's coercive. In my experience, after looking at hundreds and hundreds of ritual crime allegations, was that there are predators who will use religion to be a power guise, to control a victim, to get them to believe that if they don't remain quiet, something will happen mysteriously, mystically, or religiously. And it's a way to control their victim and continue to be a predator. But I go back to this idea that if this happened, and if it was a group of Odinists, that is one magnificent conspiracy to put all of this together. It is one magnificent conspiracy to get all these people that had to have been involved, that were out burning things in the woods and putting sticks on people, to get them all to remain quiet. And I guess that's the problem I have, Vinny,
look-
from an investigative standpoint.
Let me follow up really quickly on this. For it to be a cult, does there have to be like a leader or like leaders that are coercing the masses to do these things?
In most cults, you're going to see one person that all people look to, or maybe one or two that all look to, and they are the final rule. They are the one that makes.
I feel like what he's missing is this wasn't some elaborate cult killing. And I never thought that it was. It's a few people practicing something, theorizing. It could be just some straight up weirdo in the woods that day on a trail who flipped the hell out and done what he did and covered him up and walked away. I don't know. But it still could have been a couple of people, one or two, that did something but added their own twist to it. Do you know what I'm saying? Because you can walk in the dark or you can walk in the light. It is up to you. So did they take a dark turn into something they shouldn't have? And to protect something, an image, I don't know. Is that what prompted a cover up that blew up? And you can't turn back because you didn't want the FBI in and all that. You know what I mean? You shunned all that stuff. So it's weird that how it, and the things that they, people gather about it. I've never, and I think people confuse that sometimes when they hear Odinism, like it's some, you got the visions of all of them in the brown long gowns and they're doing the witchcraft in the woods. I don't think that's what happened here. It's not like that at all. It wasn't that sort of a ritual. The girls were posed and left in a ritual. What was done to them may have been ritualistic, but it wasn't that type of ritual where they're all gathered around in a circle, burning fires and casting stones. You know what I'm saying? That's my point. Oops, I clicked the wrong one.
The decision. And we saw this in cases that I investigated where you have the leader who comes up with these spiritually wacky ideas, but then you have the followers who want to be the arm of the leader and go out and act it out. But in those kinds of circumstances, Vinny, there are too many tongues that know about what happened. And I just don't believe it remains as quiet as this has remained.
All right, so let me ask Barbara McDonald here on set with me. Barbara, is there any indication at this point with this allegation of this Odinistic society or group or whatever that there's a leader?
Not that I've heard of. I mean, there were some names that were listed in one of the filings from Bradley Rosie and Andrew Baldwin,
But not like a hierarchy, like, okay, this is the man or woman that is sort of leading our group and is saying, hey, it's time for a sacrifice or something like that.
Yeah, I think there probably is somebody filling that role, but that hasn't really been clearly defined. And how serious is this group? If this is in fact a group, are they people sort of playing this on weekends, or is this something they're taking very seriously?
Chris Todd, let me ask you, in your investigations out there, did you come across any groups per se, whether it was like, a bunch of guys that got together, or the people that you think could have been involved that had friends or were, interacting with others or were close to other people, anything like that?
Well, with respect to this case in particular, or in general?
In general, in that area when you were out there.
I mean, there's been talk. I know a couple things about Richard Allen that I'm not going to say today. I'm getting a lot of information about him, about another connection to a hunter out there. And people do think that there were multiple people involved in either placing these girls there. So it is possible that there's other people in this cover-up. So I'm not ruling out this larger conspiracy, but I just don't have all the facts to really hone in on that right now.
Appreciate that. All right, everyone stay where you are. When we come back, we're going to talk about the issue that William Libredo is probably most concerned about at this point in preparing, or when he was the attorney, in preparing for a murder trial, which is the treatment of Richard Allen while waiting for his trial.
Okay, so I'm just going to check the chat real quick and see where we're at here. There was a comment that Joe made that I wanted to. Yeah, this one, and it's kind of, they touched on that after I said what I said. I forgot that Barbara does touch on that same subject about, it not tying into this large cult thing that happened. What was it? And if you look, there are some people in, persons of interest that weren't sophisticated. And if you get, say, the larger the group involved, the more you may have one that will crack. The smaller the group, the less chance. But one of these people, Elvis Fields, is the one who made the comments to his sisters about being at the scene, joining this new brotherhood, and spitting on a victim. So you tell me, were you freaking there, dude, or not? Let me get over here to this. So I kind of want to do one of the recaps of what happened, because that was the ones I wanted you guys to see, leading into the recaps of what happened over the last 3 days of the hearings, just to get us caught up on where we're at with everything. And then we can start doing a deep dive into what all has went on with the case. Let me see here. I don't know if Dago is going to be joining in for some of our, I hope he can, for some of our shows and streams. We'd planned to do some stuff together, so I'll be talking to him about all that. Okay, so this is from a channel called Deb's True Crime Notebook. Doodle dropped the link earlier. I don't know, is she still in here? She dropped the link earlier. It's right there. I see it. There's not that many going on in chat. So if you guys want to check her out, you're welcome to do that. There's another channel they have as well. They'll read documents and they'll go over documents, but she does a great recap, because like I said earlier, there were people there in the courtroom, people who took really good notes. I've gotten some of those notes, but she was able to put together really, really good, accurate information that I'm mostly can confirm and be aware of. So if there's anything, like Joe, if you hear something that wasn't quite right, feel free to tell me in chat so I can talk to you and address that. Because I saw you also said you had some interesting things about Amber's testimony. So I would, that's interesting. But yeah, if there's anything different that you have heard or seen, let me know. But there were a couple of good people that I think we can rely on reporting back to her, where she got a really good recap on it. So we're not going to listen to every single one she did, because she did a couple throughout the day, but she repeats herself during the recap. So we're just going to go with a recap. Now, the first day, the one motion was to vacate the safekeeping, and the other, I think, was to go ahead and address the what was it? Was it the discovery for the prosecution, failure to turn over stuff or whatever in time? So anyway, here's going to be her. Let me pull this up and get the screen up. Get that off there. Where'd it go? Oops, I hit the wrong thing. Okay, now get the screen back up here for you guys. Joe, you were in the courtroom? Interesting. Are you on Discord? I'm going to have to DM you. So if you were there and you hear any discrepancies, let me know. Thank you. All right, here we go. Again, the link to this channel is there in the chat. Thanks, Doodle. All right.
Welcome to Deb's True Crime Notebook. We have updates in this morning and afternoon's hearings for Richard Allen. So let's get into it. Day 2 began at 9:03 a.m. Brad Rosie, a member of Richard Allen's defense team, decided to retract their request to suppress the second interview with Lieutenant Jerry Holman on October 26, 2022. During the proceedings, Judge Gold displayed an 8-inch stack of documents providing information for the motion in limina hearing set forth the following day, indicating what lies ahead. Following yesterday's discussions, Dr. Wallace was expected to testify this morning, but that did not occur as both sides had already outlined the details of what the motion to suppress would involve. Baldwin cautioned Allen's wife and mother to brace themselves for what they were about to hear that day. The testimony given by former Westville prison warden John Gallipo was not the usual repetitive account. He shared details of Allen's behavior while in prison, such as washing his face with toilet water and repeatedly scratching his cell window. Warden Gallipo's testimony was forceful and delivered with confidence, which seemed to unsettle Rosie as he couldn't dispute the warden's account. Towards the end, Rosie became more agitated and raised his voice. Allen actively participated in discussions with Baldwin, frequently nodding in agreement with the warden's testimony. Allen appeared noticeably different that day, glancing back at Kathy and Janice several times while silently mouthing, "I love you both." In the late morning, Kathy was accompanied by a friend in court, where Baldwin came to greet her and shake her hand during the lunch break. The court session resumed at 1 p.m.
Guys, in case you didn't know, Kathy is Richard Allen's wife, and Dr. Walla is the psychologist doctor. So,
featuring testimonies from Dr. Walla, Mullen, a recall of Detective Purdy from the previous day, and possibly Detective Kendall, who was present in the courtroom. As Gallipo testified, an attorney for the state sat in the well. And this is the afternoon update. Monica Walla, a psychologist who works for Westville Correctional Facility, took the stand at approximately 1:35 p.m. During her testimony, she stated that upon Richard Allen's admission to Westville, he was put under suicide watch. During the initial month, he was in solitary confinement and received daily visits from the psychologist. After that period, his visits transitioned to weekly appointments. It transitioned to weekly visitations before reverting back to daily visitations in April 2023. In-cell rounds were carried out with the inmates. Rosie highlighted concerns about bugs, mice, and excessive noise, while Dr. Walla recognized that this situation might have been stressful for Allen, despite it being a known issue at the detention facility. Walla acknowledged that she was aware of his depression and some information about a heart condition, but it was not confirmed to be a mental psychosis in 2019. Richard Allen voluntarily admitted himself for depression and anxiety in 2019, an event that Rosie failed to mention. Walla also admitted to Richard Allen experiencing anxiety and a potential dependency issue, although these were never officially confirmed. They were merely symptoms that he displayed. Allen also wrote a letter to Dr. Walla stating that he did not want to live anymore. In that same letter, where he expressed not wanting to live anymore, he also admitted to the murders of Abby and Libby. I believe that letter contained detailed information about how he committed the crimes. Dr. Wallace stated she had him on monthly injections to help with his psychosis. However, he did receive a one-time injection to put him out because he was banging his head against the wall. On April 13th, he was observed not only smearing his own feces on himself, but also consuming it. Subsequently, on May 17th, he experienced a mental breakdown. The following day, May 18th, he was administered a one-time sedative injection. The state objected twice to the defense's interrogation of Dr. Walla, deeming it irrelevant to the case, as the questions focused on Allen's recreational activities and legal issues related to solitary confinement. Dr. Walla discussed being requested by Allen to call his wife. Assisting him in dialing the phone, after confessing to his wife, he expressed doubt, saying, "I don't think she believes me." Now you're up to date in the Richard Allen hearings. We may have more this evening.
Okay, so let me get back to my list. So that was a little recap. So see, during the Baldwin, his attorneys have tried to get a while back. They submitted documents to court trying to get a list of the medications that this man was taking while he's in prison, and they were, as far as I know, they may have it now, but they weren't willing to turn it over, and they kept, going off with their psychotic thing. Now we do know, like I said before earlier, Alan allegedly was on medication from the age of 25 and was treated for depression, but like I said, half of America is, and then he did go in the hospital. Now there was in one incident they can find throughout his entire life with his wife. They've been married for years and years and years. They have a grown daughter. One time, right before that incident, that he was hospitalized, the cops were called to their house. And allegedly, he had been drinking, and maybe things got out of hand. Somebody called the cops, and then there. And that's all we have in his history. Exactly, Doodle. But that doesn't mean you did anything nefarious in the woods. Now, was all this Odinist stuff, just an avenue they looked at because there's people in the area, then there's these weird sticks, and let's look and see, and they're like, nah, you're not blaming that crap on us because we didn't do it. Let's go find who. And then it really was this guy who tripped out that day in the woods. I don't know. It's crazy information, to say the least. But the conditions that he was kept in, that's why you wonder about the confessions during the time span they claim they were made, because they weren't being made prior or after, but only during this one time frame. And during that time frame is when they know the Odinistic guards were watching him, when they have documentation of the video cameras being used when he was meeting with attorneys. Medication was being administered, but nobody knew what it was. Things like that were happening. So, yeah, if I'm a defense attorney, I need to know what's going on there. I got to make sure. So we're going to move to day one. Like I said, was not really a good recap because there wasn't much to recap on that first day. So that was day 2. This is day 3, part 1. These are not too terribly long, guys. So let me get this set back up.
Good morning. Welcome to Deb's True Crime Notebook. We have an update on today's hearing in the Richard Allen case. We will present these in 2 parts. August 1st, 2024, Delphi. At 8:58 a.m., Richard Allen walks into the room. At 9:01 a.m., Judge Gold enters and starts. Rosie contends that Richard Allen's depression and anxiety are significant indicators.
Hey, Mama Bear. I never heard of a lady who said they fell out of the trees, but people have their theories on how the sticks got there to conceal the bodies. But if you believe what are in the documents, and if you believe the people who saw the leaked photo, they don't look like they just fell out of a tree and landed in a random shape. Do you know what I mean? We don't know what they look like. Honestly, I never saw those photos. Don't want to, but Court TV and others have put out depictions of what those photos allegedly did look like, and we'll end up going over that because if it's true, it's important to the case. But I don't think. And Mr. Steve's done some testing out there and some thoughts on those sticks as well. So we're going to be moving and looking into that as we move into the case more. Thanks for coming, by the way, Mama.
Of a severe mental illness, and Dr. Walla was aware due to his past record, referring to Richard's self-admission in 2019 for depression, as well as his isolation for around 13 months in Westville, contributed to his psychosis and further his mental illness of depression and anxiety in April, May, and June of 2023. He exhibited mental psychosis while under Walla's care. Dr. Walla identified chronic major depression, psychosis, and a dependent personality disorder as the conditions showing symptoms in Richard Allen. Furthermore, references were made to confessions shared with the warden and chaplain that were later revisited. Attorney Brad Rosie mentioned the lack of doctor-patient confidentiality covering his confessions, feeling it was unfair. He also raised concerns about Dr. Walla and the rumors circulating on Facebook, suggesting she may have acted out of personal interest. Rosie mentioned Dr. Walla's releasing Allen from solitary confinement and providing him with a companion for private conversations without direct doctor supervision. The state's feedback indicated that the motion to dismiss depression and Allen's confessions were not coerced or obtained during any interrogation. Dr. Walla advised Richard Allen to only share confidential information with his attorneys. However, Allen disregarded this advice and shared these confessions with a range of individuals, such as staff members, guards, nurses, other doctors, companions, the chaplain, and the warden. In April, May, and June of 2023, he recognized these psychotic episodes and started receiving injections for his mental health. The defense claims that he was not questioned by anyone during this period of time. The prosecutor said he was never coerced. He was never asked by companions. Allen made all these admissions on his own free will throughout his duration in Westville. He also said he wanted to die, but he was too much of a coward to do it himself. Kathy Allen started shaking her head while they talked about her husband's detailed statements regarding the killings, the moment he was covered in feces, and his confessions and shared experiences. Attorney Baldwin noted the numerous individuals were linked to the unfortunate incident with Abby and Libby, and the state's inquiry uncovered multiple suspects. The investigation suggests a group of 2 to 3 persons of interest, with the possibility of involving 5 to 6 individuals connected to the day of the murders. Kathy Allen was seen softly swaying back and forth for a short while during this period. There's more to come, so stay tuned. Thanks for watching Deb's True Crime.
Goodness. Okay. Yeah, the concealing of the bodies, I've seen people say these sticks are, I forgot exactly what document describes them diameter wise. So there's a difference between twigs and sticks and limbs. Do you know what I'm saying? Like giant, big limbs, big heavy limbs. Don't you think if you wanted to conceal something, you're going to use the biggest limbs you could find? And like the different debris you could find if you're going to take the time. Was it a haphazard type thing? I better hurry up and get out of here. This got, things went south real fast and I got to get out of here. It's still daytime. I don't know. From the descriptions of what we do know and what they were laid out in the documents, it just doesn't feel like random sticks fell around there, So I'm going to start part 2. Like I said, none of these are super long. I am going to, I'm going to run grab a cold drink while this is playing because I've been drinking coffee for all this time, 3 hours. Now I need more caffeine via a soda. Let's see. Yeah, Doodle, that's part, they're strange, right? And the meaning, it does mean stuff. And the way, if it's correct, the way they're laid out and the way one is touching the tree, that's returning to source. There's all kinds of things that you can take from what we think happened there or what we think it looked like, because we don't know for sure. But yes, there's one of the girls was found undressed and the other girl was clothed, but clothed in the other girl's clothing. So, they undressed both girls at some point, but one was redressed, but in the other one's clothes. And then there was some of the clothes found right at the edge of the creek. Those images of the clothes in the creek were leaked. Gosh, those were leaked years ago. I've got those somewhere, but I don't even know how I ended up with those damn things, but I've had them forever. It's just pictures of the clothes in the water. All right, here we go with this one. Like I said, I'm going to run and get a drink when this starts, guys.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Richard Allen's hearing update, day 3, part 2. Let's get into it. At 10:29 a.m., the discussion starts on the defense's response to the motion in limina. States attempt to restrict topics and names jurors can hear, with a focus on limiting any mentions of third party involved in the crimes. Both parties agree to one of the paragraphs confirming their commitment to the following standard rules of conduct and ethics. The judge emphasizes running a strict trial and enforcing the rules. Additionally, she expresses disbelief at the need to debate whether the parties would violate ethics by attacking each other. McClellan includes the issue in his motion due to prior actions by the defense in this case. Andrew Baldwin mentioned that the defense plans to present 4 witnesses today. Kevin Murphy, a former ISP detective who supports the idea of third party. Todd Click, the former Rushville police chief, also in favor of the third party idea. Amber Holder, the ex-wife of a man under investigation. Don Perlmutter, an expert in ritualistic crime scene investigations and symbols. Baldwin took about 25 minutes outlining what the judge can expect to hear today. Key points highlighted by Baldwin. Prior to Richard Allen's arrest, law enforcement believed multiple individuals were involved, ranging from 2 to 5 people. Some officers still hold this belief. Law enforcement officers seem to maintain the notion that there was involvement from a third party. Baldwin mentioned that the expert analyzing cell phone pings only discovered Libby German's phone reconnected in May 2024. He suggested that the phone was not in the area where the girls were found from the afternoon of February the 13th until the early morning of February 14th. Baldwin questioned how, despite many searchers on February 13th, the bodies were not discovered 2,200 yards from the bridge until the following day. Baldwin pointed out that the autopsy report does not specify the time of death. He mentioned a social media photo that strikingly resembles the crime scene, describing it as unmistakable likeness. Baldwin mentioned the man having ceremonial knives and raised concerns about his alibi not holding up if the time of death is not between 2:30 and 3:30 p.m. He suggested that Kagan Klein should be considered a suspect, since Anthony Schatz was who had conversations with Libby German online. Prosecutor McClellan noted the standard procedure for introducing a third-party theory. The defense then introduced Dawn Perlmutter. She testified as an expert on ritualistic crimes. She is the author of multiple books, one of which is titled Investigating Religious Terrorism and Ritualistic Crimes. Perlmutter gave a list of things you might find at a ritualistic crime scene. Number 1, place of death, nature-based, with tree logs, water, etc. 2, dates are significant, for example, holidays. 3, cause of death, torture, blood loss. 4, murder weapon, ceremonial knife or an object that is important to an offender. 5, symbolism at the crime scene, the use of natural items at the scene. 6, body position, how the bodies were laid. And 7, atypical blood pattern used in the body to anoint. Nick McClellan asked Dawn Perlmutter, if none of her books were on Odinism, then how did she study it, if there is no history of Odinistic killings ever? She replied that there is a symbolism that mirrors other religions. The defense argues that Brad Holder did not visit the gym at 2 p.m. on February 14th, and his social media alibi was deemed excessive to provide cover. Johnny Messer claimed that he and Brad Holder were on the bridge while Patrick Westfield committed the crime. Westfield erased data from his phone a few days before the interview. Elvis Fields is implicated in the crime, and law enforcement's attention was drawn to Rushville based on a statement from Elvis Fields' sister. Quote, "If my DNA is found on the victim, and I can explain it," quote, "If my
Thank you. Sorry, I was on mute. I wanted to read this again because these players right here are important to the case, and what they're alluding to here is, okay, Brad Holder is the picture I showed you guys earlier, and no, Doodle, I came back and I started talking and I didn't realize I was on damn mute. So Brad Holder apparently was at work, clocked in, clocked out, and that's how they can verify he was at work. Then after that, he went to the gym, but there's a missing time, like an hour and a half, I think it was, between that time he clocked out and time he went to the gym. But what they're going to start alluding to, there's a possibility the girls were taken away that day when they went down the hill, because when you go down that hill, you're walking into a private driveway that leads back out to the highway. If you go that direction. If you go the other direction, you're going into a private property in a home. But that wasn't Ron Logan's. That's not where they were found. So that's just a little bit of where they're going, I believe, with this, that we can take away from that. So I'll start it back up, though.
spit is found on the victims and I can explain it, will I get in trouble? The defense also claimed that Elvis Fields' alibi is poor and loose. They couldn't keep their story straight about Muncie, Rushville, like they were colluding to cover their tracks constantly. Taylor Hornaday's bloody car that Johnny Messer brought back to her was also mentioned in today's hearings. The defense said that Detective Murphy will tell us it was organized and the pieces all fit. Brad Holder's alibi does not work. Prosecutor McClellan responded with using the Lashbrook case as an example, saying that appeals overturned the banning of the third party. The standard cannot be just any evidence. It has to be admissible evidence first, and last, to have a strong nexus. They need to provide a direct material connection between third party and the actual crime. Nowhere in an argument did he give you a third party at the scene fact. It's a high hurdle, Judge. Please grant the motion in limine. These are some of the things discussed today in the Richard Allen hearing, Day 3, Part 2. There's a lot more, folks. I cannot tell you how many details I have, and I will attempt to bring those to you in the follow-up videos in the coming days. Thanks for watching.
Hey, Dago. There you go. Are you there?
I am. Hello.
Awesome. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I sure can. Thank you for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming up. I was wondering if I sent you some DMs earlier. I was like, I hope he's reading these.
Well,
It's the weekend, and I know you do the family thing on the weekends.
I had
so.
some technical issues over the weekend, so I'm good. We're up, we're going, we're running, and I'm here. I didn't want to miss it. So,
Well, thank you. We've covered quite a bit. We've been going like just a little over 3 hours, but we've reviewed some of the things you've already seen, right? With the
Yeah.
Court TV stuff and Libretto and all that.
right.
We reviewed a pretty good piece starting out that was on a News Nation clip.
Okay.
And I'll send it to you because it gives a good gist of from that day to where we are in a nutshell kind of thing. So I
Gotcha.
started there, yeah. And we've kind of moved in from there, but we are literally on, this is Deb's True Crime Notebook.
Right.
And she's been doing the recaps on the hearings. So we're
Awesome.
just kind of covering that, and then we're gonna have some more conversation. There's a few people here in chat that Joe here in chat was in the courtroom on day 3, I believe it was.
That's
Oh man, there
awesome.
was something I was going to ask him about a second ago, and I don't forgot what it was. I got to start making notes. But my swamp signal's cooperating tonight, so we are not having any issues.
Good stuff. Yeah, that's part of what my problem was with my internet stuff. But whenever and there's no rush to it at all, but whenever you're said and done, I'm gonna go live after you. So good.
Okay, cool. And this is just a part 1, kind of like a little introduction that we're doing, and I really wanted to do it just because I wanted to cover the hearings, and get that
Sure.
done. But there's still,
Absolutely.
like we've been talking off and on, there's just so much in between, and everyone's, asking great questions and trying to get caught up. So we're gonna
Awesome. It's setting
get
up
the
for when we do the other show, right?
yeah. So like I said, I'll send that other link I have as well, but that I started with. But that was part 1, yeah. No, we just did part 2 of her recap. So this is going to be the final piece I believe she did on it. I do have a couple other things we can watch, but the 2 things I was going to watch, I was going to save them because they need to come later, but I don't mind playing them now because it won't confuse you real bad. I promise you it won't, because I can explain it. But let's get this last one up.
Yes,
Basically,
ma'am. Go ahead and let
was
that play. I'm gonna grab my coffee real quick, and I'll still be here. Okay.
okay, go ahead.
All right, hon, thanks.
Let me get the screen back up, guys.
Oh, by the way, hello, all you awesome, amazing people. Thank you for coming in here and supporting this channel. I love you guys, and I appreciate you all very much.
Thank you, Dago. All right, guys. Oh, you're welcome, Butterfly. Thank you guys for being here. It's a pate. Oops. Okay, I'll do that.
Book, we have had a whirlwind of 3 days and lots of information. I am continuing to try to put out as much information as I can. They may be smaller videos just because it takes a long time to do this, and I don't want to keep you guys waiting. But here we are with another video. This is video number 11 in 3.5 days. Let's get into it. Detective Vito started an Anthony Shots investigation back in March of 2020. ISP made a press release summary asking for public assistance, identifying Anthony Shots February 25th of 2017. Kagan Klein, identified 3 years prior, was brought out during that time. There were in fact snapshot discussions between Libby German and Kagan Klein, and those have been confirmed 100%. There was a .40 caliber gun that was mentioned. Kagan Klein said he couldn't find it, but he had one. He also had at least 1 tablet, 2 iPhones, and a Samsung device at minimum. They found child pornography on all of his devices. Kagan Klein cleared his cell phone, removing specific apps like Snapchat, etc. During an interview on February 25th, 2017, some truth emerged from him. He confessed to speaking with Libby and confirmed that the individual in the Anthony Shots account was indeed him. Tony Klein and Kagan Klein had a pre-planned Vegas trip where Tony Klein made a money offer to Kagan Klein to return to Vegas. Kagan Klein stated he was at the Monon High Bridge on February 13, 2017. Initially, he said he was at home in Peru. The phone's location changed multiple times during various interviews. He acknowledged blocking Libby and deleting the communication apps. There were documented instances of violence involving Tony Klein, and law enforcement was aware of this from the start. The interview with Kagan at Grissom was recorded. He mentioned being at the cemetery that day, providing another conflicting account of being in a red Jeep with his father during daylight hours on February 13th. This detail was also mentioned in the interview, along with references to his cell phone and a knife in the Wabash River. And now we know why they were searching the Wabash River and what they were looking for. Baldwin suggested that Kagan Klein could be
Okay. As we move through the Delphi story, you'll learn that they did do a search of the Wabash River eventually, and we all knew it was somehow tied into the investigation that. I'm sorry, was my mic was like turned way up away from my face. So they did a search of the Wabash River, and it came out of something they did during the investigation with Keegan Klein. So that was the little bit of backstory about that. So they're still very interested in Klein. And my only theory about Klein is, was he connected to somebody who was into CSAM type stuff, and that's how they picked out their victims? Or was it another connection to the victims? I don't know how Keegan Klein ties into this. You know what I mean? It's weird. So here we go.
There's a lot of people that were involved, and
yeah,
there's a lot of questions about those people, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, well, but Keegan Klein doesn't tie into any of that. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And that was always my problem. Now, interestingly enough, he doesn't live far from Richard Allen's mother over there in Peru, Indiana.
Right.
You know, so there's no ever been any links. And somebody the particular somebody dropped a little short this morning saying, remember, court said, or apparently during these hearings, it's going to be said somewhere there's no link between Allen and Klein. But I didn't see that yet. So a lot of these I didn't review all the way, Dago, the recaps, because I wanted to do it with you guys. So this is the last one that she's playing. So we'll go ahead and finish it out.
Gotcha.
a suspect due to online interaction between the Anthony Schatz profile and Libby. Prosecutor McClellan emphasized that to present a third-party theory, there must be a clear and significant link between third party and the crime, supported by admissible trial evidence. Christopher Cecil, who has served as a first sergeant in the ISP for almost 20 years and is currently leading the ICTF, was called to testify. During his testimony, he highlighted a significant moment in a video at 2:13 and 51 seconds on February 13th of 2017. This moment captured Libby's phone initially at Delphi High School, then swiftly transitioning to Monon High Bridge, with Abby appearing on the video, and concluding at 2:14 and 34 seconds, resulting in a 43-second clip. Cecil managed to monitor the phone's GPS movements until it ceased at 2:30 and 39 seconds, indicating the time of death, as the phone remained motionless thereafter. Additionally, Apple Health data revealed Libby's phone journey from her home to the trail, showing a break in a car ride as the reason for the location update, not due to a moving vehicle. The data outlined her progression from the trailhead to walking along the trail. Concerning the alibis of Brad Holder and Johnny Messer, the testimony of Susan, a woman who works at Liberty Landfill with Brad Holder, verified his whereabouts. Work and bank records support Johnny Messer's alibi. The Purdue professor Jeffrey Turco's report was submitted, and the Behavioral Analysis Unit report from the U.S. Marshal Service was also submitted. All of these were submitted by Prosecutor Nicholas McClellan without any objection from the defense attorneys. Thanks for watching Deb's True Crime Notebook. We'll be back with another video very soon. Please like, subscribe.
I have to check to see if she has any updates on that. There's still some things there were things that came out that she hasn't touched on yet, and I want to make sure I got the facts right on them. I do know that it was brought up that, so they're saying Libby's phone died, right? The girls go missing on the 13th, that afternoon. I think it was by midnight her phone was off. It had to be earlier than that. They weren't tracking it yet or whatever. But we'd always heard that phone was not on. But allegedly, I think it was the defense who are saying they have documents stating that phone came on at
Right.
4:33 a.m. with 16 messages arrived on the phone, like text messages.
Right.
This is a trigger warning. This is going to get a little not graphic. I'm just going to tell you what was described. So we have the warning up there. But Abby was almost certainly killed somewhere else. That's not a direct quote. That is something that was said in court.
Yeah.
So remember when I told you there was that driveway beneath the bridge, and I always wondered, this is broad daylight. What in those screams? There's two victims, one perpetrator.
Right.
You know what I mean? Unless he's got a gun, which they allegedly he did.
Yeah.
But they weren't shot. So if you got a gun on two teenage girls, are they going to scream? Probably not. But so you'd got, were they taken somewhere else and brought back? Because I'm also going to show you footage. There's a cemetery on one side next to Ron Logan's property.
Mm-hmm.
You can access where the girls were found through that cemetery.
Right.
So theorizing, if you go down the hill to the driveway and you enter into a car, you could absolutely be driven away
Yes.
and no one will ever know. That's how no one's going to find you for a long, long time, especially when they're out searching all evening and half the night.
Right.
So then you could be driven back through the cemetery and taken out there before daylight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I sure do. And I've always
They
felt
cleared that location. No, I'm sorry, Dago. They did clear. Now, you're going to see in a press conference later on where the authority, and I think it was Joe maybe that touched on this in the chat earlier, where they called that search off. I think it was like 11:30 maybe. It was too cold, the manpower, and the family was not happy about that. I think the family stayed out a little bit longer. But it was pitch dark out there, guys. It's middle of nowhere country, right? So it's super, super dark. It would have been really hard to find them unless you had some really big lights to go along with it.
Right.
I'm going to mute out 1 second. Grandbaby walked in. Go ahead, Dago, if you got something you want to add.
I just was going to say, I've always very strongly felt that this was done somewhere else and that they were brought here and staged purposely in that specific position the way they were. Now that's an opinion, folks. I don't want that to be put out there as a fact yet because we don't know that. Okay. But it's definitely my opinion. So, I'll never be able to believe that one person did that like that. I just won't.
We touched on that earlier. We had a little conversation about that, how I don't, from the research I've done and all the things I've put together, if they really do have that DNA over there, it's not Allen's, and you go back to their own statements in their press conferences, how this has never been a closed case. It's been an ongoing investigation. And they even said when they arrested him, you guys saw a little bit of that earlier, that they were still looking into it. Well, why, if you got your guy?
Right. That's it right there.
Usually case closed. They got Koberger up. Nothing to see here. We're done. This is our guy. So why not with Allen if you're so certain
it
that
should
he was
have
the
been.
guy?
It should have been. I've always thought that too. It was Lesby saying, I don't think the girls
That's
are
true. That statement was also made. Lesenby never thought those girls were in any kind of danger. That they were just lost in the woods, got off the bridge, took a hike through the woods and got lost, right there in the nature preserve. Why so nonchalant about that? It was late it didn't matter. You continue to search. There's 2 little girls lost in the woods, dude. They could be cold and hungry or in danger.
Right. Yeah, good stuff, Joe. It's good to meet you, by the way, sir. I'm Dago, and it's great to meet you. The blood evidence that Major Cicero testified to on Thursday, the pools of Libby's blood, she was at least killed on scene. If not Abby, definitely Libby. Okay. But
yeah, so Joe, let me read that again. I was sorry, my kid was asking me, showing me something.
That's fine.
So there was, from what I understand, there were 3 pools, because we've always heard there was no blood, but I always knew there was some.
Yeah.
3 pools that I know, that I'm aware of, and it was Libby's, but they didn't find Abby's there. That's so, why?
Well, and I have to wonder something. And again, leave that trigger warning up. Doodle, throw that back up if you don't mind, hun.
Yeah, I got a banner across the bottom as well, but let's go ahead.
I don't want to put anything out there like that, but we know one of these girls was completely unclothed. The other one was wearing her clothes, okay?
Yeah. We talked about that. So
just so I remember this, because I do get mixed up with all the cases and everything, and this I haven't touched it on it a while, which is why I want to do it soon. But with that statement that Joe just made, the blood evidence said that it was pools of Libby's blood. Okay, which one of the girls was wearing the other one's clothes? To remind me.
So I think it was Libby who was unclothed, and Abby had on Libby's.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken. I need to go back and re-review myself, but it's been a minute, but I'm pretty sure that's the way it was.
All right. And I just want to know that, because I'm trying to put that together with the blood that was on scene, who it belonged to and who it didn't, with the staging per se, I guess you could say.
So Joe, I'm hearing conflicting reports on that. That's why I need to dig in a little deeper on what was said in court, and I can't wait to see if we can get our hands on the damn transcripts.
Yeah.
Because without them, we have to rely on notes. And Joe was only there for one of the days, and I don't know which day that was discussed. So, I'm hearing that, Libby could have walked around for a few minutes and out of things like that, and I don't know, and had more wounds than Abby. I don't want to get too graphic, so I don't know. The clothing evidence was not testified to in detail on Thursday as to what they found. I know what was found in the river.
Yeah.
And what was missing from the girls. And one of the girls Abby allegedly had on 2 bras, hers and Abby's. But who knows for sure? Do you know we're lying?
I'll never understand that. Yeah, right.
Yeah, we're relying on leaks and reports based off that. Unless like I said, Dago, we're going to, when we get into the case and start when you get through the first few suspects to get to where we got to Richard Allen, and then from there you can kind of like go on into the Frank's motion, because that covers the gist of everything till now. There's a lot in there, and I think a lot of that information is in there. Do you know what I mean? So it's worth having to review over. But like I've told them, there's so much you can't do it today. And when you do the backstory to get up to that point, then going over the Don Frank's motion is going to be a whole show in itself, because it's so long. And there's all kinds of reports in there and different things, transcripts. Okay, so Sleuthy got the transcripts from some of the prior hearings. She requests them right away. She doesn't. She's relentless. She'll be emailing Judge Gull's office the minute those hearings are over. I want transcripts. And she gets them, but it takes a minute. So we have not been told we're going to get transcripts for these 3 days yet. But if they're out there, they're not out there yet, but you're welcome to look. It's just the 3 days of motion hearings that we just had for Delphi case.
Okay, so Salty, this last statement Joe just put in the chat here, this was testified to in court?
Yes.
Now? Wow. I never knew that.
Thank you, Joe, because that is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, thank you very much. She sustained 3 cuts to her throat, both carotid arteries and her jugular were cut, and she stumbled around for. So there should have been blood everywhere if both of those, the jugular and the carotid, because she would have bled out within minutes, like just a few minutes. I hate to sound graphic, guys. I'm just being
But
real.
it wouldn't be like splatter. It would just be more
No,
of a
it would have just
pooling.
flowed.
So there was
Yeah.
apparently 3 pools, 2 large and a smaller one, but they were all 3 Libby's.
Okay, and that right there, the jugular is here, folks.
There was
So,
blood. He says it was everywhere. So
okay. Okay. See, we were told different earlier on when we started recently on the case out here.
well,
So
there was and it wasn't in documents so much as it was rumor, but there
Mhm.
was no blood at the scene. Blah blah blah.
Well, I stand
Was it
corrected.
drained? Was it all that?
Yeah,
Crazy.
there was a lot of weird rumors, and I didn't want to believe that. And again, thank you, Joe, because I didn't. My understanding was that one of them was completely drained. Okay, and I had no actual physical proof of that from any kind of documentation. See, this
Well,
is why I like stuff like this, because
if
we
you
get
look
the
at
real.
Labredo's statement, he says he believed one was killed and the other was sacrificed. So
Right.
and we've always believed. No, let me rephrase that. We've always allegedly believed, because of what we've been seen and heard,
Mm-hmm.
Abby was. So I think she have been taken away for certain purposes, ritualistic type things, and Libby was just
Well, here's
But
my thing, though.
if Libby could have been the connection to how they got out there, it was confusing.
Based
far
on
as-
certain things I've seen in my work history and stuff like that in the past, and things that I've heard before and known, if the arteries were cut purposely for that reason, that sounds to me like sacrificial type situation. Okay, they wanted her to bleed out in that sense. That doesn't sound just like she was killed in that aspect. Otherwise, one of them, it would have just been done with one, not both, for that, or all of them per se.
It doesn't make sense to take them both away and then bring them. Were they okay?
Sanguination.
Maybe you do. Maybe
Yeah.
you do take them both away, but only one becomes unalived while you've got them kidnapped, and then you take them. That don't make it. I don't know. Would you take them
Unless-
back and
unless- What if there was 2 separate areas with the people at both areas? Do you see what I'm saying? Like one happened at one place and the other happened at that scene, and there were people at both places. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but given the time of day that this happened, allegedly, in the afternoon, daylight, I know that the end of the bridge where the girls went down the hill, that's a secluded area. There's not a lot of people that go across that bridge the way they did, right? A lot of the people stay up on the trails. They don't venture down that bridge because it's an old rickety bridge high off the ground.
Mhm.
And so it's really something the Daredevils and the kids did, and apparently Richard Allen. But and he wasn't the only one. Betsy was out there that day. They go like about halfway though. Not all of them cross it all the way. So, but still, you take that's a really high risk
It is.
situation.
But here's the thing. I've wondered this too. With what I just said about 2 different scenes, possibly, okay? And one of these being a sacrificial scenario, the other one just being what it was, okay? The timeline, the times of death for both the girls, do they match? Do we know for a fact if they match? If it happened to both of them around the same time?
I'm sorry, what was that again? My kid was asking me a question.
It's okay. It's okay. The times of death for both girls. Do we know? Is it documented? Do they both match to be around the same times that they were both unalived at the same time?
No documentation yet of what really. I mean, I think there's reports in the documents, but I don't think we've seen any confirmation, like reports from autopsies and all that.
That's what I'm asking.
To show the time of death. We're gonna have to pour through the documents again. Like I said, it's been a minute since there's been so damn many.
He's hitting on what I'm talking
Yeah.
about right now. This is exactly why I asked this question. Thank you, Joe. And that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
Did
exactly. Because that,
you know what I mean?
I
That's
said
my
that
point.
earlier. It's hard, it's not like it, and I don't even know if it was like an organized uh, group ritual thing. A few
Right.
people, maybe. Do you know what I mean? A tight knit little group, not like this big
Okay.
cult. You know what I mean? Thing.
No, I
But
get it. I get it.
I agree with Joe's theory and yours as well on that. Let me mute out real quick. 1 second, guys.
Go for it. Go for it. Yeah, okay. He says there are no times of death. That was testified to Thursday. Thank you, Joe. I haven't got to watch any of this, so this is awesome that you're here, and I appreciate this very much. So to read what he stated is where I was going with this. In my opinion, the kidnapping happened during the daylight hours. I do fully agree. And if there was ritualistic killing, it happened in the middle of the night, and that's the point I was trying to get to see if there was a time of death, if it matched to both of them the same. And I mentioned this for a reason. If they separated the girls and kept one at the scene and, either did something to her right here and there, and then took the other one to a different area, did the ritualistic scenario, and then brought her back after the fact and staged them together that way. That's kind of my theory at this point. Because there's no way I can ever imagine, and I have to wholeheartedly agree with Joe, that there was any type of a ritualistic situation happening during the daytime, period. Because
And you
there would
really
have to
didn't
be
have time.
right.
I mean,
That's exactly it. And there would be other things involved in that as well.
yeah,
Okay.
there's other elements that go into a
Yes.
true
Yes.
ritualistic scenario. So if you take into the account that the Snapchat of Abby was sent at 2:07,
Mm-hmm.
Libby's dad is there by what, 4, or was it 3:30? 4?
3:30. I think it was
So
3:30.
closer to 3:30, and they
Yeah.
weren't there. So by 4, they're realizing something's wrong. I
Right.
think it was by 5 they were actually out there trying to start searching. So 2 to 5. I mean, you got all this going down in the woods, and
3
nobody's
hours.
hearing anything, and you got it all done and wrapped up in a neat little package within 3 hours and got out of there.
Yeah.
I Now, no, things can happen quickly, like if you really look at things, but not if you're looking at a true ritualistic thing, and especially in the middle of the damn day.
I don't think either one of us or any of us believe this was a real deal by the book ritualistic situation. Okay.
If you're going to do a daytime ceremony, you're not unaliving someone during it.
No.
You're
No.
doing a different type of ceremony for
Right.
daytime.
Right. And I've looked into some of those ceremonies long time ago. We talked about some of that stuff when I showed some of what Odinistic stuff was and so on and so forth. But we know this is not a typical Odinistic situation, you guys.
And we're
So
going to
that's why-
look at some stuff that explains that pretty good
Yes.
as well.
Yes. That's a big deal. But one of the big things I wanted to cover on this, so that is completely understood and people don't get it confused. But yeah,
I showed a picture of Holder earlier, and he's got the heathen, across the bottom. That's not something I made. He did that all on his own. And that refers to, like I was telling you earlier, the heathens of Indiana.
Yeah.
And we'll be able to explain what that group is and how they incorporate their Odinism and their white supremacy and incorporate their own bullshit.
Absolutely.
And created their own thing there in Indiana, their brand of prison brand. It's
their version of it.
The prison version versus the pagan Odinism version is different, very different.
Very, very different. Yeah.
It's like they hijacked this paganism belief system and incorporated what they wanted into their belief system. And there's nothing wrong with doing that sort of thing. It is when you start crossing lines and unaliving people.
100%.
I mean,
100%.
not all pagans and people who perform rituals are out in the backyard unaliving people. Some of us are cleansing ourselves in the full moon.
Right. Absolutely right. And I'd be
letting
honest.
go of what no longer serves us, doing it right. Jesus. Yeah, Butterfly. The math ain't mathin', right? We ain't said that in a long time, or I haven't anyway.
Not at all. Not at all.
It really because I don't like to come out of the gate going, oh my God, they got the wrong guy. But as the case started to develop and the documents were finally coming out, and you start looking at what they, even reading that PCA, which we need to go over that on the next show, so you to start with, because that's always your first go-to.
Yeah.
When I read that, I was like, man, this is all we got after, and this is how 5 years has went by. And this is what we got.
Right.
You know, that this is what we're doing to search this guy's house. And then if you find evidence, you can do your arrest. And I guess that gun and that bullet was enough. The gun that they thought could be tied to the bullet, or unless they took the gun during the search. And I think they did a preliminary test, and then they were like, okay, yeah, this could have come from your gun. We're arresting you.
Right.
Hey, look at there, Jago. Look who popped in.
Miss Sleuthie. Hello. Welcome.
Hello, Sleuthie. Welcome in.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, David.
Joe brought up Valsplat, which is the Norse version of Valentine's Day. Okay. And let me show you guys something here real quick. It's kind of well, I don't know if it actually is. This is what it's been listed as online. I heard this word before. And I looked it up, and I don't know a lot about this stuff. That's why I want to we want to put some stuff together and show you guys all this stuff and find the realistic
Sleuthie,
stuff.
I'm sorry, Dago. I'm just getting started, Sleuthie. I've only ran a few. This is actually my longest live. I usually keep them around 2.5 hours, and we just been recapping things. But this is something Dago and I've been wanting to present for a while. We've been talking about you, girlfriend.
Yeah, we've been looking for you.
We need to get a hold of you. We knew that, but this is kind of like just a little. I wanted to recap the hearings as best I could, from the information I could gather from everybody, and we went over some of the stuff from Deb's True Crime Notebook for a little recap. But there's still some things that I know that were said and done that I can't find information on yet, so I might have to be hitting you up. Do you know, while we got you here, are we going to get transcripts from these 3 days of hearings? Because you're my go-to on that if we are. So
please.
Yeah.
We hope.
We're like, Sleuthie, help us. But go ahead, David. What you got there?
I dropped something in the back for you that kind of describes a little bit about what Joe brought up with the Valsplat. This is how they explain this: is Norse Valentine's Day or Viking Valentine's Day. It's a holiday. I didn't know that there was, a ritualistic base to this, per se, because of the holiday that it is considered to be. If this is what was being looked at for that reason, okay. I'll read a little bit of this to you guys real quick here. Let's see here. So it shows it here: holiday, Norse, Valentine's Day, Vikings, Valentine's Day, so on and so forth. Okay, so it says the truth is the Norse didn't really have what you and I might consider Valentine's Day. They had a patron goddess of love, but she's also the patron goddess of war. So take that with a grain of salt. However, you can still celebrate mid-February holiday even if you're not interested in exchanging Valentines. So take into account when this happened, okay? The modern religion of Asatru, I'm sorry, I can never pronounce that word right, a form of heathenry that celebrates the old Norse gods, decided to fill the gap left by Valentine's Day with Valsplat. Valsplat is named for Vali, Odin's youngest son, who is born, grows into manhood in a day, and avenges the murder of his brother Baldur. Unlike Odin and Thor, Vali survives Ragnarok and is sort of a representation of new hope for the Norse. This is not really a day of romance, although some celebrants of Asatru blend in the day's meaning with that of Valentine's Day. Rather, it's a day of remembrance and vengeance. Just as spring begins to blossom forth from the ground, winter must die, and with it, the traditions that kept away the bleak and cold of the long Scandinavian nights. While this is a blot or a sacrificial feast, many celebrants of Asatru prefer to eat a simple cold meal instead. A prayer from the Asatru community, a great resource for those interested in Asatru, to Vali reads, Hail Vali, I think it's Balai. I might be wrong, but bringer of the new light, your shaft pierces winter's heart, and promise of new spring hail to you. And may your light enter our hearts as well. Be with Balai, son of Odin, and Rind.
So we've done some research on this group and the Azatru and all the heathens, the Vinlanders, all the Norse, all this stuff. So
Right.
there's a special meaning behind or a thing for them for that the date or
Mhm.
Valentine's Day. So
Now I don't. If it's up to
after
you.
midnight would have been the 14th.
Yeah, and that's
because missing the 13th. Yeah, okay.
That's why I was saying that would be probably when the sacrificial side of this went into play. Here's my question: if this is really what this is, why did they take both of the girls? Why didn't they find one if they didn't need to use both of them for this? If that was the scenario, do you see what I'm saying? Was it convenience because they were both together? Was it convenience because of the situation? I question these things, and that's why I'm saying this.
There's a lot of questions, and rightfully so. And Brian, hi. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you Richard Allen is innocent or guilty.
No.
I have no idea. Is he tied to Odinism or not? I have no idea. It's a thing, and I can't discount it. I can't
Right.
discount what's in court documents, and I'm not pushing a narrative either way. I don't want to do that.
No,
we were
not
just
at all.
going over what this means to that group, because we were
Yeah.
trying to explain a little bit about the Odinism, because to understand the story, I want to understand all aspects of it, all
And
of them.
it's basically if this is what the claim was to it, this is what they're claiming. Why? Okay.
Mhm.
And that's really all that this is about, because a lot of people have no idea what this is, including us. Okay. We don't really know what this is supposed to be or what it was supposed to be for that reason, if that's what happened.
Yeah.
Or was this just an excuse that was given for somebody to do something horrible to somebody else? Okay.
Or did it just look like something, and because of the ties to the area and the
Right.
people because they absolutely did look at people that were tied to this stuff from
Yes.
that community.
Yes.
So that's not fake, and that's not tunnel type rumors like with with Idaho. Do you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So if it were, I wouldn't be up here talking about it.
Sure.
I promise you that.
No, agreed.
But I welcome all the comments, and I absolutely I'm not here to tell people what to think or believe.
Mr. Steve.
I'm looking at that now, Sleuthy. I'm taking a look.
I'm excited right now. We got Mr. Steve and Sleuthy and Mr. Joe Schmo in here. I love this. I'm excited right now. We haven't been able to touch on this in a while, you guys, and we really wanted to. So I'm grateful to have all of you guys here in Salty's channel. This is awesome. Let me finish reading this last paragraph for you guys to understand this part, and then I'll leave this go. It says, you can also pray to Frigga, who is the goddess of beauty and marriage. In many circles of Norse paganism, or I can never say this right, Astaru, please excuse my language, guys, with it. She is one and the same as Freya, but not all. Frigga is the weaver goddess, but whose hands the clouds in the sky are woven. She also winds together the fates of men and women who are destined to be together, to make Frigga an altar focus on the colors of the sky on a sunny day, like blues, whites, and ivories. Woven items such as clothing or blankets are Frigga's favorites, as are the tools of fabric craftsmen like a spindle or loom. As Odin's wife, she loves mead just as much as he does. Additionally, make sure to keep your altar free of dust and refuse. Frigga doesn't tolerate mess. Remember, time spent in these acts must be selfless. So don't go into it expecting something in return, especially if that something could be harmful. Freya may be the goddess of love, but she is also a war goddess, and she chooses who dies in the battle. This is your only warning. So see there, in turn, if this is what in turn happened, they completely went against what should have been done, how it should have been done, so on and so forth, in my opinion. So,
Oh yeah, I mean, I've often wondered if it did happen, if this is true, Was it some people who got sloppy and didn't know what the hell they were doing, just wannabes? Like we talked about that a little
Or
bit earlier.
maybe younger people that didn't quite
Youngsters
understand.
got out of hand. Yeah, I've often wondered
Mhm.
if the youngsters get out of hand. Mr. Steve, you made a comment. I know you've been there, and when we schedule the show that Dago and I are going to do, that we're going to talk to you about when you can come up, because he has been there day and night.
Yeah.
And been actually to the coordinates where the girls were at. So he's got a really good perspective on the scene there, and I love having that. You can't comprehend without a good take on the scene.
Right.
And
Right.
that's why I love the footage of the bridge that we're going to get into, to give you guys a really good gist of the surrounding area, because it's hard to understand that bridge and down the hill and the
Mhm.
different things without seeing that terrain for yourself.
Yeah. And Sleuthy, it would absolutely be an honor to have you join us as well when we do that show, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, Brian, no, I take no offense. I just want to make sure that, I welcome your comments. I do. I don't push. I'm not trying to make anybody change their mind or,
Right.
try to tell you what to believe. And I like to make that clear, because I just like having an open discussion about the case fairly when it comes to Delphi, because there's just so much there, and it's no sense in stuff getting sideways. This is
Right.
sideways enough. The courts have made it sideways enough.
We
don't
want to
need no
keep it as
more.
real as possible. That's the thing there too, and respectful too. So
Yes, Sleuthy. I tried to explain that earlier. She has done a lot of deep dives into this as well, especially when this talk first come about. As any of us are going to do that want to look into things, that's what you need to go do. And she did. And like she's saying, a lot of that that's the prison and the white supremacy branches. And that's what I was explaining to you guys earlier about how they incorporated, their Odinism with that
Right.
form of thinking, and how they developed their group. And there's some pretty good things to watch out there. We are also, Sleuthy, I think it was you that turned me on to The Reckoning of Carroll County, if I'm not mistaken. And we're going to
Yeah.
review that one of the shows as well, only because it gives you a little history of the county,
Mhm.
a little bit maybe, just to take a good fair look at everything around them.
Absolutely. And everything surrounding that, because I still have, and don't take this for anything other than myself, I still have my questions about Flora in regards to this scenario in some ways. So that's me. That's just me. And that doesn't have to have anything to do with this, but I have my own thing with that. So just saying. So
Yes. So the trial is going to be in Allen County, isn't it, Sleuthy? I was it won't be in Carroll County.
I think that's what she just said. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking it was going to be in Carroll County, because I know
Too small and affected, right?
Yeah. I mean, if we want a venue change over in Idaho, my God, Delphi
Absolutely.
needs it.
Yeah. Right. Absolutely.
Anybody
Especially
needs to
here.
change a venue, it's Delphi. But the community hasn't really. Well, neither has Idaho. They don't really talk, we don't really hear these like, have 50-50 stories coming from the communities themselves. They just,
Right.
they stay quiet, I guess, and let all of us do the talking. Okay, wait a minute. She's clarifying. It will be in Carroll County, but yes, Judge, the jury is coming from Allen County. They're going to bring in the jury.
They
So
needed a
remember,
larger
we
venue.
talked about that with Idaho. They could bring in a jury to Moscow, but we always figured they would take it to Boise, in which they're,
So
they're
a
gonna bring
larger
in
venue that may not be biased, right?
Yeah. And isn't Judge Gull originally from Allen County? Yeah, I believe she is.
There is a sense of belonging, even though they came from different county. They stick together. Of course, at Carroll County. Yeah. Okay. Of course, the Carroll County jury will not find a person not connected. I got you, Brian.
Mr. Steve, I heard you say that. It's a pretty steep terrain through there.
He said that before, yeah.
Mr. Steve, I'm curious. I can't remember, because it's been a minute since I've watched your content on it. Did you travel through that cemetery over to that scene?
Good question. Thank you, Joe. Great to meet you too, sir.
we're definitely going to be getting up with him to do it when we do, because I'm going to schedule it with you. School's starting here. I think they said next week or some shit. I got to double check. I do got a kid in school, so he's 17. He's kind of on his own a little bit. No, but as soon as we will be scheduling it, so you guys will know about it in advance instead of just popping up at the last minute with stuff. And I like to be organized with what we're going to present and stuff like that, so we can have all of our links together and in order as to what we're going to go through and how we're, because we need to present it in order. It's not going to make any darn sense.
We want to keep it nice, clean, and organized so everybody gets every bit of it the right way.
Yeah. And, you know, like I said, there's every case has their aspect of social media BS, I'm going to call it. And I don't like touching on any of that stuff. And I probably won't touch on any, like I won't with the Sebastian or Idaho and all that crazy crap. Unless you're Kim and you come in here, you are fair game, honey. But I think she's not brave enough. It's okay. It's
not for this. No.
But was it somebody earlier in the comments said, we were watching one of the videos I was presenting, and somebody said, making a joke about every time I hear Odinism, I could take a drink. I'm like, I was laughing because we always said every time Kim came on a panel or in a chat was like, I'm a mom. We were like, drink. And I don't drink. If you did, you would be floored by the time, you know.
You're right. Right. I don't drink either. I'd be out. Way out.
Sleuth, I will, and I still refer back to your spreadsheet because it's so freaking amazing. I wish I had that talent, but I don't. And I told Dago, I said, I know I got to get in there and get us some documents that we are definitely need to going to want to review, because I have some of them, but not all of them, because I knew she had all of it. And she's got the interviews with the witnesses and the different things and the Betsy Blair stuff, all of that. So we will definitely be using a lot of Sleuthy's content that she's been she's amazing at putting all that stuff together. And she did it with Karen Reed. She did it with Delphi. She did it with Idaho.
So please don't strike us, Sleuthy. Please don't strike us.
Yeah, nah, she
I
likes
know, I'm
to.
just teasing. She always sends me stuff too. So it's
she
for all
likes
the
help
good.
out if needed. So that's for sure, and we do so much appreciate it.
Always.
Because it helps us bring, you know, the truth and the documents. You know, like I said, the things we will be talking about in Delphi is because they will be coming out of court documents and not rumor mills.
Yeah.
So
that's why we want to do it that way, because there's been.
And if we touch on a rumor, we'll say, hey, this is rumor.
That's it. That's exactly, because we've been through this already with Idaho, and it ain't happening again.
Well, we are armchair sleuths. I mean, good Lord.
But again, this case is so in depth and so deep, guys. And I know those. I'm trying to say it. I know those things mean the same thing. It's such a deep case, and there's so much with it. We both have talked about it. I don't know how many times, and we've talked about it with other, Sleuthy at the same time. Mr. Steve has been in the conversation here and there throughout the chats and stuff, but me and her have talked about it a lot together. And we want to put it out right. Okay. I don't want anybody to take anything from this case and twist it, turn it, flip it, flop it, whatever. It needs to be seen for what it is. That's why it's taken so long for us to do this.
And everybody agreed in the beginning, I think, as well as we did, that we don't know what Richard Allen did or didn't do, but also we want the girls to get their justice. But also what was happening to Richard Allen in the meantime was just like
horrible,
unacceptable,
Yeah, absolutely.
And we can agree on that, because you don't know. I mean, think about it. If that was you and you really didn't do what they're accusing you of,
yes,
and they throw you in these.
You would want somebody there to do that for you. Yes, I agree with that.
And even if you did do it, you are still protected under the law, just like Brian Koberger.
Yes,
I don't care what state you live in.
And Sleuthy, that's a great question. I would wonder that as well, Mr. Steve. It says, well, I would wonder what you think about the 4:33 a.m. text messages to Libby's phone. Same here.
I was just talking about those a few minutes ago, Sleuthy. That phone coming back on or being on at that time, and those, was it 16 text messages that came through?
Yeah, 16. I believe it was 16.
15 or 16.
I think it was 16. I have to like I said, there's so much I forgot, but I'm trying to remember. And the notebooks are buried, so I got to pull those all back out for this too. That's
you would think, Joe, that if there's nothing bad or anything to hide, why not put it out there?
Right.
Especially if you want to prove, hey, look, we're not shady. We aren't hiding anything. This is our case, and we got all this evidence. Boom. We'll show y'all.
I mean,
That's what I do.
everything about Alan, if you want to call it propaganda, whatever you want to call it, is out there already. So what the hell's the difference if it's televised or not televised? You know,
Yeah,
I
they
don't understand.
You can do the fixed camera, Judge Gold. You know, Idaho has proven that. I think Letitia did it. They did a crappy job over there, but they did it.
Yeah.
You know,
14 to 15 SMS messages at 4:33. I thought it was 16. Where did the 16 number come from?
now I heard about the Celebrate, but I didn't hear the. Okay, see, I still got. There's some more digging I need to do about these hearings. I've watched a little. I've watched some of Bob's coverage on it too because he was there as well.
Yeah.
But I didn't review everybody. There was 3 go-tos that I was really taking account as far as their accounts go. You know what I mean? As the recaps go. And I did watch some of Bob's content as well and took notes on that as well.
Mm-hmm.
You guys remember, like I said, if you want some good recaps on these hearings, always go check out Bob Mata's Defense Diaries channel.
Defense Diaries, please.
Hmm? Yeah.
Definitely.
And Mr. Steve as well. Go check out Mr. Steve's work. It's amazing. We're going to review some of his work in the Delphi case when we present our big dual stream. And we're going to do that during the week. Sleuthy, we'll have to get with you at
Yes.
so your schedule and see what that's looking like from when we get ready to get set up.
We have some very good resources, you guys, for this. And again, why it's taking so long. I've been looking for Sleuthy for months now, hoping that she was still around because I haven't seen her. And
I told you where she was.
well, so much crap has happened, but Sleuthy, Mr. Steve, and all of this stuff, we want to make it a nice, decent production because it really should be. So
here we go. Sleuthy's got Yellow Jacket's notes, and she's got to get them organized. I was waiting on that, Sleuthy, because I knew if anybody was going to get the good notes, it would be you.
Right.
And I know your work. I know how you're going to do this. I am looking forward to that. Let me know so we can go over them when you get them ready, if you don't mind. Sleuthy is everywhere.
Yeah,
she really is. She was doing a lot of work in some pretty high profile cases there. And when I say work, bringing the attention to the public of what's happening within those cases. That's what I mean by that.
Karen Reed,
don't take that wrong.
Case, right? Yeah.
And don't take that wrong. She's been really busy over there because that's where I followed Karen Reed. Was through Sleuthy and Bob's coverage because that case got so crazy in the beginning. I was like, oh, I'm out. I'll just look at what they put out, and I ain't got time. I mean, it was like, oh, that's a lot. But I did follow all of Sleuthy's coverage on that. Great work, by the way, girlfriend.
Always. And Joe, you're not lying. Everything Sleuthy puts out, her grids and everything she puts out is so perfect. I love it. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
All of it. So yes.
I wish I was that talented.
Me too. You're very good at that kind of stuff, by the way. I don't know how or why, but you really are.
She got that talent.
See, my notes
and we appreciate it.
I write things sideways in the side of the note page and upside down, and I'll color different colors and scratch something out. Her stuff is always perfect. So I'm the same way, Joe. Don't feel bad. 12.5, or what'd you say? 125 pages of scribbles. That's pretty much what I have too.
Yeah, 12.5 pages of scribbles.
12.5,
on his notes from the court. Sleuthy told him to send his notes over to her, and he's like, well, there's all scribbles, 12 and a half pages scribbles. So we'll type it up for her nice and neat, and then, send it to her, and she'll work her magic.
Right. She's very good with that stuff. I love it.
Yes, you did, Sleuthy. If you go to Twitter and visit her Twitter account, you'll see that she did. She worked with the missing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure folks don't like it and see it's inserting, but in cases like this, it's so far been very helpful. And police I've sent info would agree. Yeah, I agree with that, Sleuthy.
Same here.
People underestimate abilities sometimes, and I know there's been things that you run across that you don't, that you do what you got to do with, and you do it the right way, and I commend you for that.
And I get that too. Needed a break.
Yeah, you're not inserting yourself, and I've never taken it as inserting yourself in cases.
No.
Kim is an inserter. Neighbor Bobby is an inserter. The randos that show up in these cases that run their mouths. But I never saw you that way. I just saw you was trying to bring information
Doing
out
what
there.
you're doing, right? Absolutely. And
Yeah.
that's that statement about needing a break from the missing. I get that because I do the missing stuff a lot, and it will get to you. It really does. I mean, Salty's actually seen it get to me before during a live.
I told him, I said, you get into those cases and you stay in them too long, dude. I got one. I've been looking for this girl for 11 years. You know, I want to email Mr. Steve about it eventually and take a look at it one day, but it's been a long time, and they take their toll, you know.
Yeah, they do.
All of true crime can, because it's, you know, hard topics, but those missing cases, they're a lot. I commend everybody who works on them, because that is absolute incredible work that needs to be done.
You do have to take breaks. You really do.
You do. Yeah, you guys subscribe to Sleuthy. We get on her because she doesn't do enough. Like, I'm like, look, accuse her not doing enough when she does so much. But she's done a few lives on YouTube here and there, and they've always been good.
She does better, in my opinion, behind the scenes, doing all the stuff she does behind the scenes. She's very good at that stuff. And
yes,
knows to the grindstone, folks. She does great lives too, don't get me wrong, and her stuff on Twitter Spaces and all that too. But she's definitely a researcher and investigator.
Remember that video she did on the DoorDash driver?
Yes.
I got on Twitter. I was like, girl, you just blew my freaking mind. And
Yeah,
we were like,
same
we're
here.
the opposite, you know, with some of that early stuff with Idaho there. And she and I have been in some Twitter Spaces and had great conversations about Idaho. But I was like, you blew my mind with that one. And even though I never thought it was a DoorDash driver, I was like, that video, man.
It made us all look at it.
You know what her reply was? That's all I wanted to do was make you think.
That's
well,
what
you
she did.
achieved it, and you achieved it because you made me think, and that's hard.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah,
not
well,
easily achievable.
I think we all stopped, put the brakes on, and went, wait a minute now. And yeah, 100% it was a good video. It really was.
I used to watch you come up on Dago's lives, and when you used to come out and chill with us sometimes.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely good information.
I love that comment right there. Look.
I mean, you never know. You never know.
You don't ever know. That's right. You don't ever know. And
I
just
don't blame
think
her.
one day we could have her up here talking about damn Sleuthy.
Mhm.
You was right all along.
You were
girl.
right. You were right. Absolutely. You never know.
Oh my God. Well, guys, Dago's going to go live here in a bit. So I've been at this 4 hours. This has been my longest live so far. And I'm going to go get off here for, wait, what did she say?
She said even JB Gunner, who thinks he's guilty as hell, was like, look at that shit. That ain't no
True
lie.
that.
He was too. Yeah.
True that. It was great. We'll have to show it one day, Dago, just to show everybody
Yeah.
because it's great work. You guys go over and sub up to her channel. I believe it's still up there, right, Sleuthy? Do you still got it up for everybody to see?
I
think
believe
it
it
is.
is too.
She doesn't
Oh,
like delete shit. She's not a
Should we
deleter.
carry this on my show next, or what do you want to do?
If you'd like to, Sleuthy, if you got time to chill, you can jump over there at Dago's. And if you want to come up and chat, you're welcome to. Mr. Steve, same thing goes for you.
Yeah, please, always, Mr. Steve and everybody. You guys and Joe, please, you're welcome to join us. In fact, Doodle,
See,
if you
if I
don't
let
mind,
Dago go, if Dago goes live, I can get on my phone and I can go outside and chill. But if I'm confined to this computer, I can't. So I'm like, it's been 4 hours, dude. You take over and I'll go outside.
absolutely. Doodle, if you wanna, if you don't mind, hon, if you wouldn't mind dropping my link in there, that way Joe Schmo
Yeah.
and anybody else that's in here that may not, they can jump in there too.
Yeah,
I would appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, Doodle. Yeah, anybody that's here, there's not a bunch of us here, but like I said, I don't even know how many streams this makes now. Not 5 or 6, I don't know.
I think 5 or
there's
6.
not there's not a huge crowd coming in yet, but I do appreciate you guys that are here. Sleuthy's gonna head over. It looks like Dago. I'll be over in a minute. Drop me the link. You know the.
Oh yeah,
and everything,
absolutely. And I'll get it set up and we'll talk some Delphi, guys.
All
Some
right.
other stuff.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for joining in tonight. I appreciate it.
Great
You all
job.
have a
I'm
great
sorry I
evening. I'll
came
see
in
you
so
again in a
late.
few minutes.
All
You're
right.
good, Dago. I'll
All right,
see you
now.
guys in a few minutes.
Good deal. Mr. Steve, good to see you, and I hope to see you there too. Thank you. All right, guys. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.